type dogs. That's any kind of bully breed. Because they're my favorite. They're the most loving.
Are they?
Yes. I have 4 at home. I would only have pit bull type dogs. They're the most loving, affectionate, sweet, loyal dogs. And 2, because they are the most represented in shelters. So if we want to reduce the shelter population, we have to focus on the dogs that are most represented, and that are bully breeds. So we have to focus on fixing those dogs. So we offer these free clinics, and people come and bring their dogs, and they get a full package because they not only get the spay and neuter surgery, they get a rabies vaccine, they get the stempo parvo vaccine, they get a microchip, they get a nail trim, they get the plastic cone that goes over their head so they can't lick at the incision, and they get take-home pain meds and take-home calming meds.
This is really wonderful that you're doing all of this.
And
this is at the Nutmeg Spay and Neuter Clinic in Stratford. Huzzahs to them. Wow, are they wonderful. So basically people are giving money to you so that you can give Nutmeg Spay and Neuter Clinic a reduced amount of money that they would otherwise charge in order to provide this service to the public.
Correct. We are looking for sponsors, right? Sponsors for clinics. Right now, we only have a couple individuals that are sponsoring all the clinics, and that's not sustainable in the long term. We need companies to come forward. We need businesses to come forward. We need individuals with the resources to come forward that they can sponsor a clinic.
Okay, that's what you're looking for.
Yes.
And the next free spay-neuter clinic is Thursday, April 23rd, so it's a week from tomorrow.
Correct, yes.
And you're looking for sponsors. Now, tell us about your organization. It's called Animals Are Family. When did that begin?
Animals Are Family actually started a long time ago, 2010. And we used to operate like other rescues in that we went and got dogs from shelters, provided them vet care, and found them homes. And then a couple years ago, I stood back and I thought, my God, it's not working what we're doing in the rescue world. Because rescues have been operating the same way since the beginning of time. Rescues go to shelters, take out a dog, find a home for it, repeat. But the amount of dogs ending up in shelters was greater than ever. So it's a hard truth to step back and say, okay, what we've been doing hasn't been working. And it's evidenced by the fact that we have more dogs in shelters than ever before. And like the saying goes, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. So rescues keep on going to a shelter, pulling out a dog, and then repeat that. But we have a total crisis on our hands. We have failed at our jobs. You know, this is not working. And I thought, okay, what do we do to fix this? Well, we have to go upstream and turn off the faucet because right now rescues are all operating downstream, right? We're dealing with these tsunami of dogs that come down the river, and rescues are trying to pluck a couple out of the river.
One starfish at a time.
Correct. And most of the dogs drown because most of the dogs will never get rescued and they drown, i.e. they're killed in shelters, right? Because you have this endless tsunami, this endless river of homeless dogs coming down. That's why millions of cats and dogs are killed in the U.S. every year. Well, we have to go upstream, and we have to fix the problem before it even starts. And we have to turn off the faucet, and that means spaying and neutering. Because when you spay and neuter, you stop the suffering.
You stop the cycle.
You stop the cycle, you stop the suffering, you stop the killing before it even begins. Now, it's very hard for people to get excited about spay and neuter because they don't see the millions of lives that will be saved by spaying and neutering. Right? They just don't see it. So it's hard for people to get excited. But this is how we end the crisis.
Public education.
Correct.
That's what it is. You know, I was very surprised. Melissa will remind me, a couple of months ago, we had someone on who's doing what you're doing in the world of animal rescue in Connecticut. And she was very passionate, as you are. And she was explaining to me, because I hadn't heard it. That's why I wanted you to come on again. I did not know we had this crisis of overpopulation. I thought we were already over the hump and that we had educated enough pet owners that spaying and neutering was compulsory unless you were a breeder, a reputable breeder. Otherwise, you had no business having an unspayed or unneutered dog. I thought we had already educated everyone in Connecticut. It turns out I was wrong. That people are not educated. So it really begins with education.
Well, we also have an issue with, and being an animal advocate, our court systems don't prosecute anybody appropriately for animal cruelty cases.
But that's way downstream.
And that's a whole circle.
Yes, but that's a very small minority of people. You're talking mostly negligent. And when people are dumped in shelters, people, pardon me, animals are dumped in shelters for lots of reasons. What you're talking about is we could reduce the millions of animals that have to be euthanized by not having them created at all.
Correct. And we also
true.
stop the cruelty. The way to stop the animal cruelty and the abuse and the neglect and the torture and the killing is we stop them from being born in the first place.
We're here with Nicole Brook, and we're here with Holly Fontaine. Nicole is the founder of Animals Are Family, and she's also arranged for these free spay and neuter days for pit bulls and other bully breeds. And the next one is a week from Thursday up in Stratford at Nutmeg. However, she is really looking for sponsors, and she needs sponsors. We need to educate the public that the crisis of too many animals given up for adoption or ultimately euthanized in shelters begins because we have too many unwanted litters. Let's go to Gloria from Westport, who has a comment. Gloria, hello and welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi, sweetie. The comment I was going to make, believe it or not, I just Googled it, and supposedly it's wrong. It's what I was originally told. But I have a story that might encourage people to, if they have rooms in their homes and their hearts, to be able to maybe adopt an animal. I'll tell you why. My story. My second rescue, after Cody passed away, I was looking for a small dog, and I finally found one. We're obviously in Connecticut, in Westport. We drove out to Garden City in Long Island, and I went and I had seen this little Chihuahua, reddish blonde hair, and her name was Snowball. So we drive all the way out there with Willow and go into the head of the rescue group's house. I'm sitting in the living room, and I'm waiting for this little dog to come. Doesn't come. I'm calling and calling. Snowball, come, waving with my hand. Nothing. Now, there was another dog I saw similar to her with darker fur, but I had preferred Snowball. All of a sudden, another little dog, the darker one, came over, one paw, one knee, one paw on my other knee, starts shaking his body, his head, his tail, everything is shaking. He looks up at me and he says, take me, I'm a good doggy, take me. I never had that happen to me. I worked with rescue groups and I did a lot of fostering. Nothing like this ever happened. Anyway, on his own, he goes over to Willow. They sniff around. Then she goes down on the floor and they start playing. And I've never had dogs. I've had two dogs for many years. They never played together. They always played with toys. But here they were running around and playing together. Well, afterwards he comes back to me. Again, one paw, one knee, one paw, the other knee, shakes his body, shakes his head, shakes his tail, looks up at me and says, see, I can get along with Willow. I'm a good doggy. Take me. Well,
I know, Gloria. This is the love of your life, Romeo. I'm aware.
I'm so great. So anyway, that's the point I'm trying to make. I asked the head of the rescue group who's going to be easier for you to adopt out. Snowball, his name was Romeo, and the first time I never changed the name of a dog was him. So she said, well, it'll probably be easier for me to adopt out Snowball. I said, I'm so glad you said that, because no matter what you would have said, I was going to take Romeo. And I want to tell you listeners one thing. That was the single best day of my life. Not that I don't love Willow. I love them. I love them running around and playing with each other, which no other dogs did before. But the pleasure that I get from him, he's a little Chihuahua. By the way, when I saw him, when I got him at the shelter, he had come up with a busload of other dogs from a kill shelter. I think it was 33 dogs from Tennessee. And he was skin and bones when I rescued him. And now he's a little chunky thing. Anyway, please, anybody out there, if you want love in your home, in your hearts, please adopt an animal. And I give you something interesting to think about. If you adopt an animal from a rescue group, you save 3 lives. 3. The life of the animal you're rescuing for the rescue group, then the rescue group goes into a kill shelter and takes in another animal, that's 2. And then the shelter now has room to take in a third animal, that's 3. So 3 lives. But even from a shelter, you're saving 2 lives. But if you could get it from a rescue group, that would be great.
Thanks, Gloria. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Yes. By the way, even if you can't, maybe you can pass this information along to other people and ask them to pass it along.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Take
Gloria.
care.
Thank you. Gloria is a major animal lover. Big deal. Big. So, Nicole Brooke, you were telling me, and I didn't know this, that many municipal shelters do not automatically spay or neuter their animal before offering it out for adoption.
That's correct. In Connecticut, over 90% of municipal shelters do not spay or neuter their dogs before adoption. And that's not because they don't want to. They absolutely do want to, but they do not have the funds. The town does not provide the funds. The state does not provide the funds. There's just no money to do it. So the dogs get adopted out unfixed, and then they go on to reproduce. And then you have more dogs in municipal shelters. So it's this vicious cycle. And we have had municipal shelters contact us and ask us if we could fix their dogs. By fix, I mean spay and neuter. If we can spay or neuter their dogs before they get adopted out, because they don't want to have this continuous cycle of unwanted litters.
So let me ask you this, Nicole. How can people reach you? We only have a couple of minutes. How can people reach you? How can they find you? I know you're looking for sponsors. You know, there are family foundations. There are simply rich people with big hearts. A little money will go a long way in this case, won't it?
For sure, absolutely. The best way is people can text us on 203-550-7578. That's 203-550-7578.
Let's put that with the podcast. We'll put you don't mind if we put that out as a text number. Okay, that's what we'll do.
That's the fastest and quickest and directest way of contacting us. And we're happy to have anyone contact us because this is a societal issue. So we all need to come together and fix this. And we can fix it.
I know, it's fixable. I really thought that we had turned the corner.
Unfortunately not. I think a lot of people have the same view that you do because it's hidden. It's not well advertised.
That's right.
But in fact, now it's worse than it's been in many decades. We're probably back to how it was 60, 70 years ago. It's that bad. We've gone backwards and backwards and backwards. And it's a real crisis across the country. It's an unprecedented crisis. Millions and millions are being killed in shelters simply because they have nowhere to go. There are no homes for them. And when shelters are full and they have another 100 dogs arriving the next day, they have no choice but to kill to make space.
The thing is, Nicole and Holly, you know why this doesn't even make sense? Because spending money on pet care is one of the largest growing sectors in the economy. People who have pets love them like members of the family. They treat them like members of the family. We are allowing them more in restaurants. We are changing housing codes. So it's becoming more accepted to understand that particularly dogs are members of our family. Why is it that that's not translating to lesser, in other words, fewer dogs in neglect or abandonment? It's a disconnect for me. We have to fix this.
We have a massive pet overpopulation problem. We have more dogs than homes.
Plus, you have importing. There's dogs coming in from other states. So that doesn't help our rescues and our pounds. You have the abandonment issue that has skyrocketed. 40% increase in animal cruelty in 2024. Nothing was addressed about that. It's a whole hamster wheel that adds to all of this with the no spay and neuter along with it.
And you have states like New Hampshire, and I did forward the article earlier, if you have time to read it. New Hampshire, years ago, they focused on spay and neuter. That they really put the state did. They put money into it. And they really reduced the amount of animals ending up in shelters in New Hampshire. They basically eradicated homeless pets.
And so that's a model. In other words, we can do this.
Oh, yes, we can.
And it's a question of money and education.
Correct.
But our current voucher program is not adequate enough for the crisis in
Connecticut. So 203-550-7578 if you have some spare change that you want to help with this problem. If you can't adopt or rescue an animal yourself, you can help the problem by giving money. 203-550-7578 to sponsor free spay and neuter clinics. Thank you so much, ladies.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny skies for mid-afternoon with a high near 80. There may be a shower or thunderstorm late. Early shower or thunderstorm tonight. Otherwise, partly cloudy late at night with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's April 15th. On this day in 1965, the Beatles played to a packed Shea Stadium in New York.
Honored by their country, decorated by their queen, and loved here in America, here are the Beatles.
On this day in 1969, it was the beginning of 3 groovy days, the Woodstock Festival.
The sponsors said it was going to be 3 days of peace and music.
April 15, 2013, 2 bombs made from pressure cookers exploded at the Boston Marathon finish line.
Cameras were rolling when at least 2 violent explosions erupted near the main grandstand of the Boston Marathon.
April 15th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump says the war with Iran will be over very soon. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The president says of the war, quote, "I think it's close to over," unquote. In an interview on Fox Business, Trump also said in his words, "I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly," unquote. The president also said China's President Xi will not be sending weapons to Iran, saying he wrote him a letter asking him not to do that, and Xi wrote back saying he's not doing that. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Aid groups are raising alarms over how the war with Iran is affecting other humanitarian crises around the world. CBS's Allison Keyes.
Sudan is dealing with its 3rd year of civil war, and Bob Kitchen at the International Rescue Committee says
34 million people in Sudan, that's nearly 2/3 of the population, are in urgent need of humanitarian aid.
He says the battle over the Strait of Hormuz is blocking desperately needed medicine from getting out of Dubai.
It's become worse because of this war.
Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Hail as big as 4 inches in diameter hit Sun Prairie, Wisconsin yesterday near Madison, where this woman lives.
It was incredibly loud. It was just banging. And we've heard hail before and it just kind of pops, but this was banging. This was like somebody throwing rocks at the house.
It was part of a massive storm system from the Midwest down to Texas, and the threat remains today. A key surveillance authority, the spy tool known as Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, faces major obstacles in the House. CBS's Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill.
That legislation is due to expire next week, and a lot of security experts have warned that a lapse could be very troubling and harmful, particularly as we still remain engaged in this war in Iran. So that is why the CIA director was up here on Capitol Hill trying to get Republicans to rally around a clean extension of this legislation, at least for a year.
Opponents from both parties worry that Section 702 allows feds to look at Americans' communications without a search warrant. It's tax day, and if you're not able to finish on time, you can file for an extension. However, CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger warns,
when you get an extension, that is a 6-month extra period of time so that you can prepare your returns. But under the IRS rules, you still have to make sure you've paid what you think you owe. Otherwise, you could be subject to penalties, and who wants that?
Stocks are mixed on Wall Street. The Dow is down 117 points, NASDAQ up 249. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
One person is in the hospital after Tuesday's fire in Bridgeport. It happened near the intersection of Boston Avenue and East Main Street around 12:45 p.m. More than a dozen people are without a home after two buildings suffered damage. One of the buildings was a multi-family home, and the other was a home that had a business on the first floor. One resident says he is lucky to be alive after hearing an explosion and finding a plume of smoke in his face when he opened his door. A Milford, the family of a 26-year-old UConn dental student from North Haven that died after being put into what they call a fake ICU at Bridgeport's hospital's Milford campus, says their family dog received faster treatment from the family vet than their son did from the medical staff. Connor Hilton was admitted in August of 2024 after complications from an illness. A lawsuit filed by Hilton's family says a doctor never personally saw Connor, instead issuing orders to staff remotely on a screen. As Connor's condition worsened, a doctor still never personally attended to him, and required medical attention was never provided, the lawsuit says. Yale New Haven Hospital, which owns Bridgeport Hospital and the former Milford Hospital, said they were unable to comment on pending litigation. And the town of Stratford has a new police chief. Renee Dominguez spent much of her career in the New Haven Police Department, including a brief stint as its acting chief. Former Stratford Police Chief Joseph McNeil resigned in November, triggering a search for a new leader. Dominguez was selected from a pool of 18 applicants. Her husband is also a former Stratford police officer. Dominguez began her career as a Newtown police officer in 2000 before transitioning to New Haven a few years later. She was appointed acting chief in 2021. According to Stratford Mayor Dr. David Chess, Dominguez will begin in May. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash approaching exit 24 has things backing up into Bridgeport. Northbound delays start in Southport. Parkway overall a little bit easier out of New Haven. 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, I have a phrase that I've kind of adapted over the years. It kind of popped into my head one day, and I said, well, this sounds good. I'll keep using this because I think it makes sense. And I've used it several times here on the show, the years I've been here and previously before I got here. And it goes something like this. And I always like to say something like many of those or most of those or those, meaning people and forces in our lives and in our politics, those who fear change the most, or those who are against any sort of real change, or at least trying things, their fear is that it might work. And their universe, their method of doing something is more important to them. It is more important to them to maintain the status quo, even when they say the status quo should not be maintained because it's not doing the right thing. All right. But even though they know the status quo was not getting it done, they will fight tooth and nail if they have things to gain from maintaining the status quo. And number one thing to gain or to maintain is that you don't want to prove the other side may have had a better idea. So you will sit there oftentimes with your thumb or both thumbs parked up your rear end and not do anything. Because to do something that might have even the slightest chance of working will then in your world prove to you that from your almighty perch, you know what? You may have not had the best idea. Now, why am I saying this? Somebody gave me the high sign on this yesterday, and I think Melissa's going to do a segment on this tomorrow. But it is something that I have talked about for years, not just here, but at other stations that have been kind enough to hire me over the past 40-something years around the state here. And it has to do with allowing businesses, trade groups, businesses to get together and shop their aggregate numbers of members to insurance companies and say, hey, if we can guarantee you this many people for this amount of years at this rate, what can you give us? Or can you give us rates? In other words, we would like to take the initiative and do something that maybe the state or state officials or the Democratic majority in Hartford, you know, the people that cry and moan about affordability, they're either too lazy to do it or have no intention of doing it. They talk a good game, affordability, blah, 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 and they do squat. So somebody sent me this, and they said, hey, look at this. And I shook my head, but, like, I'm not surprised. Allow me a few paragraphs here, because this will explain it. But this will get to my point here. My point I'm starting off with today is, we are governed, now I don't want to paint with a broad brush, but it's really hard. Shall we say we are governed by some people in leadership in Hartford who aren't serious people? To me, well, why would you say that, Paul? And I know there's some people maybe on the progressive side of the aisle that are mad at me now or saying, well, there he goes again. Well, no, there I go again, because if you have a problem like the cost of health care, and there is this idea that other states are doing it. Maybe they're not doing it perfectly. Maybe you want to add some more safety measures here. But you have these petri dishes of this, if you will, going on all over the country, and some states are doing it. But if you're going to sit there and cry and moan about how expensive stuff is, and then be presented with a theory of saying, hey, if we do this, this might work. And then you choose not even to entertain it because you're protecting certain people and certain programs that are already out there. Then to me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at 12 past 2 on a Wednesday here, to me, you are not a serious person. You are not seriously, at least in this case, discharging the duties of what you said you were going to do. Case in point here, David Krajewski's story in the Hartford Business Journal. The CBIA, the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, leading the call as they slam the General Assembly's Appropriations Committee for rejecting a small business health care bill. Now, I thought maybe I have more wax in my ears than I got out the other day with the ear cleaner thing there, the stuff that foams in your ears. Did that. That's pretty cool. But I thought the Democratic leadership in Hartford is blaming costs on Republicans, blaming high costs of this and that and everything else in the universe on Trump. And I thought they said, well, you know, we're going to tackle affordability. Okay. So here is an idea or a variation of an idea that's been around for years, and nobody is saying you have to enact it, but at least study it. At least take a look at it. But see, that's their biggest fear. Their biggest fear is you may end up having irrefutable evidence or data, because remember, numbers don't lie. What do I say? The math always wins. You may have data that might show, hey, this is a better way. And then if you institute the better way, guess what? Your friends, your lobbyist friends that walk around the state capitol in Hartford, they're suddenly not happy with you. The lobbyists for maybe some of the insurance companies, maybe some of the hospitals, I don't know. I've been to the Capitol 2 or 3 times in the past 10 or 15 years, and the number of people with lobbyist badges walking around the halls of that freaking building it's frightening. What's that L on it? Oh, these are all lobbyists? Oh, my good God in heaven. So what is this idea that the Democratic leadership, because they control everything, you may say, well, what do the Republicans think? Well, we can't hear what the Republicans think on this because it never gets to a serious point of debate. It gets cut off at the knees. The Democrats pull a Nancy Kerrigan on this, if you know what I mean. Oh, look at that. Hit somebody in the knees with a pipe. Yeah. So we'll get further into this. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
When we say you can listen to the Voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that. Probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound closed between exit 33 and 34 for a crash involving a motorcycle. Also on 95, construction, exit 17 and 18 in the right lane. On the Parkway, southbound road work, exit 28 down to 17, and again exit 5 through 3. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound road work, exit 46 down to Route 34, and on the northbound side, coming out of Wallingford going into Meriden, and 91 northbound, the road work starts at exit 15 in the left lane. Route 8 north and southbound, more construction between exit 13B and exit 15, and 84 eastbound road work, exits 2 through 10. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
News and talk for Fairfield County since 1926. 100 years of WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you and I together right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, help me out here. Are we governed by serious people? Because I asked this question today, and you can check it out. It's on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Should Connecticut businesses, in other words, the men and women that make us grow, pay our taxes, whatever, many small and medium-sized businesses, should Connecticut businesses be allowed to pool their employee numbers and shop for better health care coverage or initial health care coverage, whatever? Now, we're not talking about individual companies. I mean, an individual company can talk to an agent here, obviously, if you're buying, insurance from Anthem, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, or something like that. But a different level of that, saying, hey, some business associations, whatever, can pool their numbers together and say, can you offer us this coverage, with this, for this many people? You can't do that by state law now. And you would think that we would at least want to take a look at that. So we had a chance to do that, I guess, again this week. And you know what happened? The General Assembly's Appropriations Committee failed on Monday. So while you and I were sitting here talking about whatever we talked about on Monday, listen to this. The Appropriations Committee, the General Assembly, failed Monday to approve a bill that aims to help small businesses with their health care costs. Now, this comes from the same leadership that's going to sit there and yammer about affordability. But again, we're not talking about voting on a final bill. We're just talking about taking a closer look. Having an official state agency maybe run the freaking numbers. But see, people don't want that in Hartford. The powers that be, especially with the majority in Hartford, they don't want that. Because it proves that they don't have all the ideas. And that's what above and beyond everything else, there are some people in Hartford that just want to be proven right about everything. They have no humility. When was the last time you saw anybody or heard anybody in the majority in Hartford say, you know what, we were wrong on this. We were wrong. They're still arguing about the freaking bottle bill, 10 cents versus 5 cents, when people back then were saying, hey, don't pass this bill the way it is. It's going to cause a problem. No, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Because we know. You peons, shut up. There's cake over there. You can go eat it with frosting. Now I'll get to a story coming up later on. A very influential member of the General Assembly. You ready for this? One of the loudest voices about passing sports gambling in Connecticut. Now guess what she's saying? Oh, that might not have been such a really good idea. Thanks, Einstein. Appreciate that. The the General Assembly's Appropriations Committee, during its meeting on Monday, voted on a motion to consider House Bill 537A, which would allow, now listen to this awful idea. Oh, you can't have this. You can't even take a look at this. It would allow, God Almighty, why would we want to do this? It would allow small businesses to pool their workforces through a structure known as a multiple employer welfare arrangement. The proposal intended to give small employers, I mean, this is just horrible. Listen to this. This is worse than Trump. Of course, nothing is worse than Trump, but this is close. The proposal intended to give small employers more leverage in the health insurance market by allowing them to pool workers across companies to offer health benefits, similar to another idea called association health plans, while placing the arrangements, and this is important, folks, while placing the arrangements under state regulation to ensure financial stability and consumer protections. So here you have a lot of business agencies like CBIA and other businesses saying, all right, let's put our numbers together, and the state can even be the overlord here. Now, this wasn't a final bill. All this bill sought to do was to establish a regulatory framework. Establish a framework. You're building a house. Put up the frame. The bill sought to establish a regulatory framework allowing groups of employers, often through trade associations or chambers of commerce, to jointly offer health benefits to their workers. The bill was raised and approved by the Insurance and Real Estate Committee. The final vote in that committee was 9-4. Before they said, okay, we passed it, now let's go to appropriations. Now, appropriations issued you know how many bills they considered on Monday? 55 bills. Ultimately, members voted against approving that bill. According to CBIA, the final vote tally was not available. And here's the thing that just tells me somebody got to these people. Even Governor Lamont, who's got a background in business, he generally likes this idea. But the Appropriations Committee, for some reason, even though it passed a previous committee, even though this idea to make health insurance more, what's the word? Come on. Affordable. Yes, affordability. For some reason, we don't even want to take a look at the framework to maybe, if we can find it workable, maybe make something more affordable, like, geez, I don't know, employer health care. I tell folks, and there's more to the story here. There's more. But you have got some people in Hartford that are so full of crap. This just illustrates it. Oh, there's more here, though. Hang out with me. First, traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound closed between exit 33 and 34 for a crash involving a motorcycle. Also on 95, construction, exit 17 and 18 in the right lane. On the Parkway, southbound roadwork, exit 28 down to 17, and again exit 5 through 3. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound roadwork, exit 46 down to Route 34. And on the northbound side, coming out of Wallingford going into Meriden, and 91 northbound, the roadwork starts at exit 15 in the left lane. Route 8 north and southbound, more construction between exit 13B and exit 15, and 84 eastbound roadwork, exits 2 through 10. Stay left to get through. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The spring roofing season is here, and Gunner Roofing has your back and will reduce your financial concerns for a roof replacement. Gunner makes it seamless with an online quote, competitive pricing, great quality, and unheard-of financing. No payments and no interest for the first 12 months. Gunner is offering extraordinary assistance to get you out of the winter blues. Protect your home, family, and finances. Experience the Gunner difference at gunnerroofing.com. Financing subject to credit approval and borrower qualification.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. And nonprofits, please join us on Thursday, April 30th from 8 to 10 a.m. at our host, Connoisseur Media in Milford, for a free event, Stronger Together, a nonprofit resource open house. Register at brbc.org or milfordct.com. Shopping Anyway, because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief on social media. President Trump says China has agreed not to help Iran's military. CBS's Weijia Jiang.
President Xi would give him a great big fat hug because he's so happy with how things are going with regard to how Trump is handling the Strait of Hormuz.
Clean up today in several Midwestern states after violent weather. Craig Freitag is police chief in Clintonville, Wisconsin, where there's flooding.
If you're in an area where you have a lot of water right now, just be aware that it can continue to rise. If you can go somewhere, do that. Check on your neighbors.
Police in Turkey say a student shot and killed 9 people and wounded 13 at a middle school.
Officials say the attacker entered 2 classrooms where the students were as young as 10 and started shooting at random.
The BBC's Orla Guerin reports the 14-year-old gunman is dead. CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The U.S. Justice Department is suing the state of Connecticut for the state's sanctuary policies. The city of New Haven was also named in the lawsuit. It specifically cites the state's Trust Act, which regulates how state and local law enforcement coordinates operations with federal agents. The Trust Act prohibits state law enforcement from arresting someone at the request of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal said this past January that the Trust Act is fully compliant with state law.
Connecticut's Bipartisan Trust Act fully complies with federal law. Connecticut's legal treatment of the immigration issue was certified in 2017 by Trump's own administration, and the Connecticut Trust Act is fully compliant with federal law as well as our Constitution and all other United States laws.
The law was also modified last year to allow people to sue local officers that comply with federal immigration detainers. This comes after a bill that would hold ICE accountable for misconduct and constitutional violations by their agents advanced through the state Senate by a party line vote Tuesday. SB 397 is largely meant to clarify the rights of Connecticut residents and make it clear that they have legal recourse if hurt or wrongfully detained by ICE. But it's not all that the law does. In addition to clarifying the rights of Connecticut residents, Attorney General William Tong says SB 397 also establishes sensitive areas where federal agents should not be allowed.
These are places, actually, people like to use this word sanctuary. These are actual sanctuaries. Houses of God. Also sensitive places include places like schools where there are children, because we love our children.
After Tuesday's vote, the bill will go to the State House of Representatives for approval. Senate Republicans criticized the legislation, saying it's just a political move by Democrats because it cannot be enforced. A Waterbury man is claiming voices told him to kill his mother. Noel Sepulveda is accused of stabbing his 80-year-old mother to death at an apartment on Abbott Terrace in Waterbury last Thursday. Police say Sepulveda appeared to be on narcotics when he was found. He faces charges including murder, possession of narcotics, and use of drug paraphernalia. A 42-year-old Connecticut man is dead after apparently being caught in a rip current Tuesday in Florida. Firefighters responded to the 4th Street South Beach in Cocoa Beach around 1 p.m. The man and an Ohio woman were pronounced dead at Cape Canaveral Hospital. The victims' names were not released. 3 people are without a home, and a dog is dead after a fire in Norwalk. It happened around noon on Tuesday on Fulmar Lane. Fire officials first detected a fire on the rear deck and then saw flames coming out of both the first and second floor as the fire spread into the attic. Fire departments from Rowayton, New Canaan, Westport, and Stamford also responded to the scene. The fire is being investigated by the Norwalk Fire Marshal's Division. Connecticut's brush fire danger rating remains high. Crews were called to Burr Pond State Park Tuesday afternoon after witnesses reported hearing an explosion and seeing smoke coming from the woods under some power lines. The park and trails were evacuated as a precaution as crews worked to extinguish a brush fire expanding some 10 acres. This comes after a brush fire in East Haven was recently extinguished after a combined effort from multiple local fire departments. State Forestry Chief Chris Martin warns Connecticut's brush fire danger rating remains high despite this week's rain.
In Connecticut, what we see this time of year are times where it sprinkles and rains, and then the very next day, we could have a high fire danger rating.
And State Representative Tim Ackert is running for lieutenant governor. The 8th District Republican is currently serving his 7th term in the House. He represents Bolton, Columbia, Coventry, Lebanon, and part of Tolland. Another Republican in the race for the GOP nomination is Matt Corey. Corey previously challenged Democrat Chris Murphy for his U.S. Senate seat. Incumbent Susan Bisowitz is the only announced Democratic candidate in the race. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound is closed between exit 33 and exit 34 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On 95 northbound construction between exit 17 and 18. On the Merritt Parkway southbound, more road work. Exit 28 down to Route 7, and again from exit 5 down to exit 3. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, you have an exit 46 going down to Route 34. 91 northbound construction starts at exit 15. Route 8, you have it on both sides between exit 13B and exit 15. 84 eastbound road work, exits 2 through 10. Right lane is blocked. Traffic Report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there. Glad to have you with us. Good to have you here at 2:37, almost 2:38 on the old clock on the wall there at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So a little more detail on this. And my premise on this, and we'll get to the immigration thing. Oh, my God, we're tightening immigration laws again. Oh, sanctuary this, or we're not a sanctuary that. You know, if Democrats in this state cared as much as they do for, you know, protecting people from the Trump White House, if they cared about that, or about electricity or lowering costs as much as they do about, you know, the Trust Act this, the Trust Act that, we'd have $10 electric bills a month, if that. My God, enough. And other states just work with ICE. The states actually do something which most of the time doesn't happen here, honoring an ICE detainer, but I digress. We also have leadership, quote unquote, I'm doing the leadership in air quotes, in Hartford that is so married to some of their old-time thinking on things like healthcare, they won't even take a detailed look at what some people say are better plans. And this happened, again, I bring this up to you because the perception is, and maybe I feed into this at times, and if I do, I apologize, but the perception may be the reality that we don't really do anything new and different in this state. We don't. And one thing here is healthcare, or the cost of healthcare. Everybody in Hartford bitches and moans and whines about it, but nothing is ever done to ever help somebody with it. And we had a committee in Hartford earlier this week that wouldn't even vote to okay a more detailed look and a framework at doing something, my God, I know this is horrible, doing something different with it. Something even Governor Edward M. Lamont, His Excellency Governor Lamont of the fine and sovereign state of Connecticut, says, hey, yeah, we should look at that. But the powers that be in Hartford, they wag their finger and say no. House Bill 5378, which would allow, how about, boy, I tell you, what radical thinking, allow workers and businesses to pool their workforces and maybe look into what are called multiple employer welfare arrangements. Hey, you got 10 employers, I have 30. Joe's a machine shop where he does all the tool and die stuff for the big manufacturers. He's got 100 people there. Let's all pool our numbers together. But to the Democrats in Hartford, we can't, and I'm not saying it's a great idea because I haven't analyzed it. I'm not an insurance guy. What I am, though, is a guy that I think I will sit here and say, I know when we're being bullcrapped, and we're being bullcrapped on this. Because you have a party that says, oh, affordability, yes, oh, yes, affordability, yes. And then here comes a bill that would just be a framework to say, hey, let's start the wheels turning on this. But again, enough people whisper in their ears at the state capitol and at the legislative office building. They say, no, please don't do this. So the Insurance and Real Estate Commission of the state said, hey, 9-4 vote, let's push ahead with this. And then all of a sudden, the General Assembly's Appropriations Committee says, no, we're not going to go with this. So our pal, Chris D. Pentima, who's in the CBIA, he's the boss. He said legislators missed an opportunity to help small business. And he is right. He said here in a statement, and I think he's going to be, I got to check with her. I think he's going to be on tomorrow with Melissa, I think. He said, quote, for years, small businesses have asked for help as they face soaring health care costs amid the shrinking small group insurance market. This session, Chris went on. He's been on this show before, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind me reading a distinct quote or two from him. This session, quote, legislators had an opportunity to make a meaningful impact and send a message that they are truly invested in small businesses and their employers. Now, DiPentima is dismissing claims. Now, again, Chris can dismiss this. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's not. Again, this is why you do your studies. This is why you bring in the experts to work with lawmakers and say, all right, this is good, this is bad, this would be okay, but you have to change this language, whatever. I'm all for that. And if in the end they say, you know what, we analyzed this for 2 or 3 years, we shouldn't do this, then that's fine. What I'm not fine with is the crap, the incessant garbage that goes on in Hartford where we don't even look at stuff. Because too many people whisper, don't do that, don't do that. Well, why not? Let me explain why. Now, here's the money quote from Mr. DiPentima. Quote, it has been shown time and time again that these plans are well regulated, comply with all state and federal rules and mandates under the Affordable Care Act, and offer the same level or better plans than the Affordable Care Act market. You see, and Chris is in that quote, and I'm sure he'll talk about this with Melissa coming up either tomorrow or Friday. Chris is saying what the elephant in the room is. The first thing that legislators in Hartford on the Democratic side look at to preserve anything with health care is Obamacare. If it hurts Obamacare, nobody else can have anything better. And I'm not making that up. They have actually said that, well, you know, if you do these small group plans, there may be less people in Obamacare. Wouldn't that be a good thing? If they can find health care, better coverage, and not give money to the mega insurance companies that people in their party, like that Muppet in the balcony, Bernie Sanders, is always crying and moaning about? Oh, my God. DiPentima dismissed claims that such plans would offer lower quality benefits, discriminate, there's the D word then, discriminate based on health status or pre-existing conditions, or be financially vulnerable. Well, maybe they are, maybe they're not. Can we just put the wheels in motion to test it? But we can't. Because the worst thing that could happen to some leadership in Hartford is it's a better way of doing things than we're doing them right now. Folks, it is maddening. I'm telling you, folks, this is why nothing ever gets better in this state. I dare you, name something right now that we have made significant progress on by doing things differently in this state. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Trying to lose weight on your own? Stop guessing and start seeing results with Medi Weight Loss. You'll meet face-to-face with experienced providers who create a personalized plan built around you, including nutrition guidance, coaching, and prescription options when medically appropriate. And now they've lowered their pricing to help more people get started. Your first month of a GLP-1 medication is available for as low as $99. Visit MediWeightLoss.com to find your nearest Connecticut location and book your free assessment today.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you
like free money? Download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FAME25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound is closed between exit 33 and exit 34 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On 95 northbound construction between exit 17 and 18. On the Merritt Parkway southbound, more road work. Exit 28 down to Route 7, and again from exit 5 down to exit 3. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, you have at exit 46 going down to Route 34. 91 northbound construction starts at exit 15. Route 8, you have it on both sides between exit 13B and exit 15. 84 eastbound road work, exits 2 through 10. Right lane is blocked. Traffic Report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back and only on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
And look, I'll say it again at 10 of 3 here. If you want to drop in, 203-333-9422 or text me at that same number as well. Talk or text, same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Listen, I'll be the first to admit, I don't know if these association health plans or these multiple, whatever the other acronym is we've been using, I can't tell you whether they're good or not. You read decent things about them. Some people don't like them. But why are we, this is the question I have, folks. Why don't we take a serious look at anything? Well, we know I'm kind of being rhetorical here because the people, I'm telling you, whether it's in your lives, whether it's in your personal life, whether it's in your work life, whether it's politics, whether it's I don't know, in your house of worship, you have those people who always say, no, can't do it, we're not going to do that. And if it's not outwardly evident as to why it was a bad idea, you have to ask those people, why? Especially when some of those people are the same people who will literally keep saying affordability, it's too expensive, affordability. Yeah, but let's take a look at doing it this way. No, can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Can't do it. It is mind-numbing. And they admit, I've had people on this show, they admit, well, part of the reason we don't do this is it may hurt the Affordable Care Act. So wait a minute now. So we're not going, so you're telling me, people that say we can't do these small group health plans anymore. We can't do this. We can't do it. Why not? Oh, we just can't do it. Well, why not? Well, it could hurt the Affordable Care Act. Well, so what? Hey, listen, if it hurts the Affordable Care Act, that shows you that the ACA is not stable. And it's not. If you need all these tax credits and people are still paying up the wazoo, why in the hell are we still supporting it? Well, what are we going to do, Paul? I don't know. I'm not an expert in that area. You figure it out. Get a group of people from Yale and UConn and Wesleyan and Trinity and Sacred Heart and Fairfield and Quinnipiac and EastCon and WestCon and Central and Southern and figure it out. As some guys in sports like to say, figure it out. And get people from the hospitals, get them. You know what you do? You've heard the old thing. You're going to get locked in the room. The room has a bathroom in the corner. Everything runs. It's nice and clean. We're ordering soda and pizza, and nobody comes out until you come up with a framework or something. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. I used to work with a guy who would he's a dear friend of mine in this business, but I used to work with a guy who, whenever let's say a veteran employee used to voice opposition to something in a discussion, we'd have this person, we'd have one or two people that would always say, well, when my friend and I would voice like, well, how come we don't? Well, we've always done it this way. Well, okay. And look, no offense here, but they in the history of airships, they used a lot of hydrogen before the Hindenburg, and then they said, well, maybe the helium thing is better. This to me is just maddening. So I wanted to open with this, and I will tell you this. Compose a very nice email, or put together, but write up a little script and leave a voicemail on the voicemail of your member of the State House and State Senate. And very nicely, very gracefully, you don't have to scream or yell or anything. You just say, hey, I have a keen interest in House Bill 5378. What is your current opinion on, even if they're not on the committee, how do you feel about multiple employer welfare arrangements or associated health plans? See what they say. If you say, hey, I think that's a great idea. If you're sitting there and you see your health insurance premiums going crazy, find out what your state house member thinks about that, or your state senate member. And I don't care whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, a city or town. I don't give a rat's rear that you see them every year, this person, this guy or this gal. You know what I'd like to say? Your sons or daughters or grandsons or granddaughters' rubber chicken Little League dinner. Yeah, how'd you vote on that tax bill? How'd you vote on the Trust Act? Who cares if that woman shows up at the Memorial Day parade or the 4th of July parade and they're walking, hey, there's a state representative Mudhole there. And there's a state senator Tree Stump. Who cares? How did they vote? Because a lot of folks, I'm telling you, I follow this stuff 24/7, 365. You would be amazed how much stuff never even sees the light of day because people in Hartford are pulled aside and they're said, even if they think, hey, this is a good idea. No, it's not. It's not a good idea. Repeat after me. Wouldn't be prudent. And gonna do it. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound is closed between exit 33 and exit 34 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On 95 northbound, construction between exit 17 and 18. On the Merritt Parkway southbound, more road work. Exit 28 down to Route 7, and again from exit 5 down to exit 3. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, you have at exit 46 going down to Route 34. 91 northbound, construction starts at exit 15. Route 8, you have it on both sides between exit 13B and exit 15. 84 eastbound road work, exits 2 through 10. Right lane is blocked. Traffic Report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the high in the upper 70s. partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And thank you so much for hanging out with us. A lot coming up today. Our pal, Dan Hard joins us. Hearst Connecticut Media. We'll pick it up in the 4 o'clock hour again with some of this talk about association health plans with Ryan Fazio, Republican state senator from Greenwich, and, of course, one of the 3 announced Republican gubernatorial candidates, and more. All coming up if you keep it there.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Just in, the Senate again, Republicans again reject an effort to stop the war with Iran. This as President Trump again voices optimism about a potential deal with Iran. But CBS's Cammie McCormick reports the U.S. military is keeping up the pressure in the meantime.
The U.S. Central Command says it's achieved maritime superiority as the blockade of Iranian ports continues. It released this audio of a Navy vessel warning ships.
Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure, transiting to or from an Iranian port. Turn around and prepare to be boarded.
The military says no vessels have made it past U.S. naval forces during the first 48 hours of the blockade.
House Democrats file articles of impeachment against Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The resolution is led by Democratic Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari of Arizona. CBS historian Small reports.
In these articles of impeachment, there are about 6 articles here. It's for unauthorized war use against Iran and reckless endangerment of United States service members, violations of the law of armed conflict and targeting civilians, negligence and reckless handling of sensitive military information, obstruction of Congress and oversight, abuse of power, politicization of the armed forces.
In Wisconsin, just north of Green Bay, this woman rode out some rough weather and now says,
my brother called, told me we should go buy sandbags, but my husband says don't leave the house in case the sump pump stops. So I don't know what to do.
The threat of damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes, and heavy rainfall are expected again today from Oklahoma up to the Midwest and Northeast. Pope Leo's seeming criticisms of the U.S.-Israeli conflict against Iran, along with President Trump's jabs at the pontiff, have played out as Leo is traveling in Africa. On Capitol Hill, House Speaker Mike Johnson weighs in.
A pontiff or any religious leader can say anything they want, but obviously if you wade into political waters, I think you should expect some political response, and I think the Pope's received some of that.
Meantime, in a speech in front of the pontiff today, Cameroon's president says the world needs the message of peace brought by Pope Leo. CBS's Jim Krasula has the story of yet another alleged fraudster who's now charged with wire fraud.
Talk about a Scrooge. Federal authorities say a New York City charity fundraiser called SantaCon was in fact a con. Investigators allege a man identified as Stefan Pildes pocketed over $1 million of the nearly $3 million raised from 2019 to 2024. The fundraiser flooded New York City with often drunk young people in red and white Santa costumes during the holiday season.
Stocks are mixed on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Today is tax day. The IRS, as well as the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection, are warning about an increase in AI-powered tax scams. Fake agents may call, text, or even reach out to people on social media and use AI-generated voices that sound authoritative and convincing. Beware of big payday offers, demands, and website links. Do your research to check if the agent is credible, and know that the IRS will reach out to people by mail first rather than by phone or text. A former Connecticut tax preparer will serve 18 months in prison for filing false tax returns. Diana Miller now lives in Port Orange, Florida, and will have to serve 1 year of supervised release after her prison sentence. Miller is accused of falsely deducting charitable contributions and business expenses for clients, many who had incomes over $500,000. From 2016 to 2021, those filings led to more than $1 million in refunds or reductions from the IRS for her clients. She was also ordered to pay restitution of more than $467,000 to the IRS. It may be home to one of the largest stretches of publicly accessible shorelines in the state, but if you're planning to visit a West Haven beach, be aware that parking lots will be closed at sunset, effective immediately. There will also be increased enforcement in the area. There's no word on what led to the action, but West Haven police issued a notice that unruly behavior will not be tolerated. And with the conclusion of the regular hockey season and the Bridgeport Islanders heading to Ontario after the playoffs, the city of Bridgeport is looking to find uses for the Total Mortgage Arena. The hockey franchise has been the primary occupant of the building for the past 25 years, and now the city is soliciting proposals for the building's future. The arena has 10,000 seats and comes with an ice rink. The city and state are each making contributions to a $30 million renovation to the building, and city officials say they'd like a new venue for the building as soon as possible. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound in Milford is closed because of an accident involving a motorcycle. Parking lot starts back at about the 8 and 25 connector. Upper Merritt expecting lots of overflow delays through Fairfield, Trumbull, and Stratford going over the Sikorsky Bridge. Folks trying to get around the problem on 95 North. Traffic report is powered by Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, Connecticut, the Kingdom of Connecticut, where instead of doing anything, even floating ideas about our sky-high electric bills, Every month. We're number 2 behind Hawaii. Come on, Connecticut. Let's pick it up. If we're going to shaft people every month, whether it's Eversource or Avangrid, UI, let's at least be the highest in the country. Can we do that? But the state of Connecticut, where we have done literally nothing to smooth out education cost sharing since 2013, where we have done little to nothing, about figuring out at least a long-term energy strategy, where we have done literally nothing according to some of these surveys I'm reading, about improving the state's standing as far as a place to do business, right? Where we have done literally nothing to substantially lower business taxes. What do we turn to again? ICE. When in doubt, break glass. We have to do something. Well, let's see. We went after the homeschoolers because of a few crooks and criminals and ne'er-do-wells in DCF. So now let's go. Let's do another bill connected to immigration. Oh my God. This from the same bunch of people who won't even, if a member of the press, as has happened, how many undocumented illegals, whatever, I don't get in their heads as to why they're here, but how many are here? Well, we don't know that. The governor said how many times about a year and a half back. Well, we're not really sure how many people are here or what it's costing. All right. Well, thank you, Governor. Connecticut State Senate passes a bill limiting federal immigration actions. How do you do that? See, this is what I don't get. The people in Hartford and other blue states say, well, we don't want to get in the middle of this because immigration is a federal purvey. Okay, you're right there. But still you want to charge people or put up a firewall if you don't like something that they did, they being the people that you claim you don't want to help. What am I missing here? The state Senate Tuesday evening passed an immigration bill that, well, I got to tell you, we pass more immigration bills in this state than we do tax cuts for businesses or tax cuts for people. I'm not talking about tax credits now. That's easy. Tax cuts or more tax initiatives for seniors or whatever. We don't do that. But gosh darn it, Marty Looney, Bob Duff, Gary Winfield in New Haven. Hey, what do we do now? Oh, the session's running out. I know. Let's go after homeschoolers. We've been doing that. All right. Let's do immigration. The state Senate on Tuesday passed an immigration bill that would make certain areas off limits for immigration officers to detain people. It would create a process for residents to sue the feds for violating their constitutional rights and limit the use of and sharing of data from automatic license plate readers. See, here you go. They don't get it. They just don't. They don't understand that there's a reason that in the last NBC News poll, Republicans have between 20 and 30-point leads on crime, on immigration, and on the border. Whether you like it or not, the numbers are there. In a press conference earlier on Tuesday, Democrats said the new law was necessary to protect Connecticut residents. Well, no, it's necessary to protect illegals. Now, they may have a fine reason for being here, but let's watch the broad brush that we paint with here. Republicans claim the bill has no legal jurisdiction over federal immigration officers. In a special session in November, the General Assembly also passed a bill, largely along party lines, limiting the actions of federal authorities at courthouses and prohibiting state agencies from sharing residents' personal information. The current bill expands on some of those protections. The bill includes a section that allows state residents to sue the feds for violating their constitutional rights. It gives the state inspector general the right to, this is the bill in Minneapolis. We don't have an inspector general here, even though Republicans have tried to do one, because that means the inspector general would get to root out waste of taxpayer money. The bill also establishes protected areas like schools, hospitals, social service agencies, and houses of worship, where people cannot be arrested solely on the basis of a civil offense, such as an immigration violation. It also prohibits law enforcement officers from wearing masks on duty. Oh, come on. This is, again, instead of solving some problems that hit people every single day, they pander. It's what they most people are like, whatever, it's a blue state, I get it. What are you doing about tax policy? What are you doing about the electric bills? What I'm seriously. If I miss something, just tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What initiative do we see in Hartford from current leadership now? Anything. At least form a commission. Do something. Well, you know why it's expensive here, because we're at the end of the supply line and we need more supply. All right. Thank you, Governor. You say that all the time. At least you stay on script. Okay, so what are we doing about it? What are we? Kudos to Betsy McCoy. She came out the other day and said, we should sue New York State. Yes, we should. And the governor says, well, he's talking to Governor Hochul about, all right, Ned, well, you don't, you with all due respect, Governor, you don't, listen, your family's wealthy, you've done well, God bless you, it's the American dream, it's fine. But my God, well, we're trying to talk to New York. No, you know what? Sometimes fear is life's greatest motivator. And there's nothing wrong with taking the state to court. Hey, happens a lot. Could we get New York to at least sweat a little bit? But no, we can't do that. No. I know what we'll do. Let's do something again about ICE and immigration. Let's do that for the 5th time.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. May 5th, it's Madeline Peru performing We Are America, songs that give us hope.
Don't wait too long.
May 16th, it's the Brad Meldau Trio with Felix Mossahome and Jorge Rossi. And June 12th, it's Al Di Meola, the Guitarchitect, featuring Electric Band. Madeline Peru, Brad Meldau, and Al Di Meola. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the 3rd best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work, know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound in Milford is closed because of an accident involving a motorcycle. The parking lot starts back at about the 8 and 25 connector. Upper Merritt expecting lots of overflow delays through Fairfield, Trumbull, and Stratford going over the Sikorsky Bridge. Folks trying to get around the problem on 95 North. Traffic report is powered by Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This year marks 100 years of broadcasting for WICC. Thank you, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yes, thank you. We richly thank you and have gratitude for you checking out us here at WICC or any of our great connoisseur media stations here in the great state of Connecticut, headquartered in Fairfield County and now across the country with a bunch of acquisitions we made. Kind of cool. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Dave in Branford. Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, doing pretty good. So,
yeah.
Paul, opening Little League Day is Sunday.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Glorified scrimmage, really, but it's starting, you know,
right.
and
okay.
My back is killing me. For 2 weeks, it's leaf season, you know,
yeah.
raking them and blowing them. And we had our first week to pick them up.
Yeah.
And I wanted to be ready. Anyway, you rang the bell for me on the electric rates.
Oh.
I think in the New York Post had a nice story. I heard it on the radio and I saw it on the TV news. They broke ground to enlarge the pipeline for natural gas from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That's going to cross the Hudson River. And it's going to get as far in our direction as Staten Island.
Yeah.
And so I am grumpy that Barking Chihuahua Attorney General Tong says not a word.
No, of course he won't. Of course he won't.
Why? What a wuss. So they are interfering with interstate commerce.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Lamont, who I think probably got along pretty well with Mr. Cuomo, because at least he followed his lead a lot,
yeah.
I don't think he dances too well with Hochul, because I never see him working anything out. She's kind of like a drag queen socialist, and I don't think I don't think that Lamont wants to be too associated with that. You know, he's fighting that. With
he said
Elliott,
he was asked about that, Dave. Like I think he was responding to maybe somebody who said, "Hey, the Republicans say, you know, you got to start a little legal action here." He says, "Well, he'd rather talk it out than file lawsuits." Okay, yeah.
Again, Bad Billy Tong is up to about his 80th lawsuit. I think if Mr. Lamont asked President Trump, you know, can you get FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, to, you know, crack some walnuts here and get that pipeline across the border into Connecticut? And that is a positive step to increase the supply and lower the price of heating gas and
But here's the and listen, Dave, Ned Lamont's not. You don't get to have the money he has and the business acumen he had, and jumping early on the cable TV stuff like he did with being a dummy. But I think the problem is he knows the minute he says, "Hey, listen, our energy bills are too high," all the lefty, environmentalists, they're all going to. I mean, the governor of the state, Dave, got booed at some forum about 6-8 months ago because he said, "Hey, we need some more natural gas," and they booed him. These are the herding cats that Lamont has to deal with.
Paul, if it was you and it's your last hurrah for his third term,
I know what you mean.
Too old to run again. Yeah. It's you give everyone the middle finger and do the right thing.
I agree with you.
There is no point in cultivating friends in the Democrat Party on your last. You do the right thing.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what Josh Elliott thinks about. Bringing natural gas to town.
Yeah.
I got to get back to yard work.
All right, David.
Out in the yard, got to spade up that tomato garden.
Watch that back, Dave in Brantford. Dave, thank you, my friend. All right. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, again, folks, I'm being serious about this. We've been bitching and moaning about electric bills in this state for 10 or 15 years. Explain to me, Lucy, explain to me what has been done about it. What has been done? Now, one thing I've noticed over the past 10 or 15 years is more people are moving into my town. Come to Wallingford, lowest electric rates in the state, you people. Do the math. You could save a couple of $100 a month, easy. Yes, come to my town. Fortify the tax base. We need even a few more restaurants there. There's nice parking now in the center of town. Yes. out of keep my taxes low, which they are. Now I don't have a piece of property. I'm in a high rise, but I pay what do I pay? $3,200 a year or something like that. It's insanely low. Why? Because a lot of people come in because they look at the Wallingford electric rates, which have been a little high the past couple months, but still. But honestly, has anything been done? You tell me. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC. As we continue right here on Connecticut Today on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound in Milford is closed because of an accident involving a motorcycle. Parking lot starts back at about the 8 and 25 connector. Upper Merritt expecting lots of overflow delays through Fairfield, Trumbull, and Stratford going over the Sikorsky Bridge. Folks trying to get around the problem on 95 North. Traffic report is powered by Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top-quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth.
Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
This is WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says the war with Iran is close to over. CBS's Weijia Zhang says of the peace talks.
He says that Iran has already called them up and said, look, we really, really want to make a deal very badly.
There are damaged homes in Iowa and Wisconsin and flooding from Green Bay to northern Michigan after heavy rain. In Colorado, April snow is blamed for a 70-vehicle pileup. CBS's Usher Qureshi has more from Sussex, Wisconsin.
Forecasters warn another round of severe weather could fire up later today with the same kinds of threats. Damaging winds, large hail, and even more tornadoes.
A controversial surveillance program, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, is due to expire next week. CBS's Nicole Killian reports.
Today's discussions here on the Hill went well, but we did learn a short time ago that at least an initial vote to move forward on this measure has since been postponed.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut's brush fire danger rating remains high. Crews were called to Burr Pond State Park Tuesday afternoon after witnesses reported hearing an explosion and seeing smoke coming from the woods under some power lines. The park and trails were evacuated as a precaution as crews worked to extinguish a brush fire spanning about 10 acres. This comes after a brush fire in East Haven was recently extinguished after a combined effort from multiple local fire departments. State Forestry Chief Chris Martin warns Connecticut's brush fire danger rating remains high despite this week's rain.
In Connecticut, what we see this time of year are times where it sprinkles and rains, and then the very next day, we could have a high fire danger rating.
3 people are without a home and a dog is dead after a fire in Norwalk. It happened around noon on Tuesday on Fulmar Lane. Fire officials first detected a fire on the rear deck and then saw flames coming out of both the first and second floor as the fire spread into the attic. Fire departments from Rowayton, New Canaan, Westport, and Stamford also responded to the scene. The fire is being investigated by the Norwalk Fire Marshal's Division. One person is in the hospital following Tuesday's fire in Bridgeport. It happened near the intersection of Boston Avenue and East Main Street around 12:45 p.m. More than a dozen people are without a home after two buildings suffered damage. One of the buildings was a multi-family home, and the other was a home that had a business on the first floor. One resident says he is lucky to be alive after hearing an explosion and finding a plume of smoke in his face when he opened his door. A 19-year-old New London man is facing charges for allegedly chasing kids with a knife. Officials say Zakiah Marshall was wearing a mask from the horror movie Scream as he was chasing the kids with the weapon in the area of Buchanan Road and Jefferson Avenue. Marshall is facing charges of carrying a dangerous weapon, trespass, and second-degree breach of peace. Witnesses claimed to have seen Marshall waving the knife above his head and stabbing the ground multiple times. Police seized a buck knife from Marshall when he was detained. The U.S. Justice Department is suing the state of Connecticut for the state's sanctuary policies. The city of New Haven was also named in the lawsuit. It specifically cites the state's Trust Act, which regulates how state and local law enforcement coordinates operations with federal agents. The Trust Act prohibits state law enforcement from arresting someone at the request of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal said this past January that the Trust Act is fully compliant with federal law.
Connecticut's Bipartisan Trust Act fully complies with federal law. Connecticut's legal treatment of the immigration issue was certified in 2017 by Trump's own administration, and the Connecticut Trust Act is fully compliant with federal law as well as our Constitution and all other United States laws.
The law was also modified last year to allow people to sue local officers that comply with federal immigration detainers. This comes after a bill that would hold ICE accountable for misconduct and constitutional violations by their agents advanced through the state Senate by a party line vote Tuesday. SB 397 is largely meant to clarify the rights of Connecticut residents and make it clear that they have legal recourse if hurt or wrongfully detained by ICE. But it's not all that the law does. In addition to clarifying the rights of Connecticut residents, Attorney General William Tong says SB 397 also establishes sensitive areas where federal agents should not be allowed.
These are places, actually, people like to use this word sanctuary. These are actual sanctuaries. Houses of God. Also, sensitive places include places like schools where there are children, because we love our children.
After Tuesday's vote, the bill will go to the state House of Representatives for approval. Senate Republicans criticized the legislation, saying it's just a political move by Democrats because it cannot be enforced. It may be home to one of the longest stretches of publicly accessible shorelines in the state. But if you're planning to visit a West Haven beach, be aware that parking lots will be closed at sunset, effective immediately. There will also be increased enforcement in the area. There's no word on what led to the action, but West Haven police issued a notice that unruly behavior will not be tolerated. And State Representative Tim Ackert is running for lieutenant governor. The 8th District Republican is currently serving his 7th term in the House. He represents Bolton, Columbia, Coventry, Lebanon, and part of Tolland. Another Republican in the race for the GOP nomination is Matt Corey. Corey previously challenged Democrat Chris Murphy for his U.S. Senate seat. Incumbent Susan Bisowitz is the only announced Democratic candidate in the race. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound is closed between exit 33 and exit 34 because of an accident involving a motorcycle. Either 95 or the Parkway northbound, just under an hour from Norwalk going through Stratford. The Parkway, of course, is a little bit better, and Route 1 is your other alternate, expected to be busy as well. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm just laughing here. Exactly what I said yesterday. About only no backstory, no context to Iran, like you would need a context. Right? Hey, kill the Jews. Israel shouldn't exist. Their lower third here, and we can get into this later. The Pentagon says the U.S. blockade has completely halted Iran's sea trade. Good. Well, that's $400 million a day. Good. Maybe that'll drive the mullahs the hell out. No, I have sympathy for the Iranian people, the people with a great history of Persian descent. Not the jokers that run that country. No, I can't. I'm sorry. Don't come to me for any sympathy. All these years, people were praying for, we've got to have, someday there will be regime change in Iran. No, there won't be unless you shoot them. Not the people of Iran, but the leadership. I mean, going back to, my God, going back to Mr. Obama and Bush 1 and Bush 2 and Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton, everybody, we had that, we had the IAEA agreement about nuclear enrichment. Yeah, like the Iranians were were faithfully keeping with that. Come on, listen. You can despise what the U.S. is doing right now in Iran. You can. Go ahead. I don't care. You can hate Trump for it. But you know what? It just might work. I don't know if it's going to, like I told you at the beginning when this started, 6, 7, 8 weeks ago? What did I tell you? They better not screw this up. So we'll see what happens. But I had to, it's like they're sad. Iran can't do any sea trade. Well, hey, walk away from your leadership. Turn the country over to a younger generation. Stop with what you've been doing for 40-something years, almost 50 years. Understand that Israel's not going anywhere. All these people that don't like Israel, that's fine. You're free to detest Israel if you want. Israel's not going anywhere. Okay? So deal with it. And I don't mean that in a pedantic way, but the world, like Bill Maher says, and, Maher is becoming now a hero of the right because he's one of the last clear-thinking true liberals. Well, they're on stolen land. Almost every occupied piece of land, square mile or square kilometer, if you'd like to go that way, metric, it's fine. I remember all my basic metric stuff from school. Every square mile or meter or kilometer of land has at one time been stolen from somebody else as the world goes around. It's part of the great human condition. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Chris, let's take the break now because I want to get into this issue that is popping up again. And here's the question. Where should the state, but even though Governor Ned Lamont is not for this, the idea of what are called overdose prevention centers in Connecticut has popped up again. Controlled drug use spots to help people deal with their addictions and have a medical personnel there just in case. Would you want one in your neighborhood? We'll talk about that coming up straight ahead right here on Connecticut Today on WICC, 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online at voiceofct.com. We shall be right back after we do this.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound is closed between exit 33 and exit 34 because of an accident involving a motorcycle. Either 95 or the Parkway northbound, just under an hour from Norwalk going through Stratford. The Parkway, of course, is a little bit better, and Route 1 is your other alternate, expected to be busy as well. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
And you think you've got opinions. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
I have lost high school friends to drug abuse and use. A guy I used to work with in radio years ago in the late 90s is doing relatively well now. I worked on a morning show with him. He was having drug problems at that time, was arrested numerous times, seems to be doing a lot better now. Great stand-up comic in the area when I worked up in Hartford. I've like I said, high school friends of mine who have used drugs. Some have succumbed to them, and it's a couple of people that when I heard that they had passed, I'm like, drugs, no way. And more than a few people said, oh yes way, drugs, yeah. So this story, I'm conflicted on this story. Help me out here. This in the Connecticut News Junkie. We've heard about these overdose prevention centers. And if you're a professional in this field, if you have a perspective on this, if you want to talk to me on the air about it, or if you want to text, go right ahead, 333-9422. Lawmakers and advocates calling on Governor Lamont to support a controversial pilot program. It would give people with substance abuse problems a safe place to use. They're called OPCs, Overdose Prevention Centers. OPCs are facilities where substance users can consume illicit drugs in a controlled setting and under the watch of trained staff and medical professionals to prevent overdoses. The National Institute on Drug Abuse says OPCs are associated with several benefits, they say, including eliminating overdose deaths at OPCs and reducing demand on local health care and emergency response services. Now, there are only 3 of these in the U.S. They are in Rhode Island and New York. Now, State Senator Saud Anwar, a left-leaning Democrat, he is a practicing physician. You remember, he was very vocal, very critical of Governor Ned Lamont, saying that because of the governor's continued continued opposition to doing these in more areas, he was partially responsible. Which that is way. Dr. Anwar, that was way, way, way too far out there. But he said the governor was responsible for some of these deaths. 8,700 people in Connecticut. So what is the governor going to do about this? Nobody knows. So we'll say, and I guess they're looking at what they want to do, 4 of these around the state. There was a news conference held in the Hall of Flags at the state capitol in Hartford. Dr. Anwar was there. So were advocates. They're looking to authorize a pilot program. 4 municipalities without the use of state funding. So I guess the state would have to okay them, but it wouldn't directly use state funding. So do they have a benefactor there? I don't know. I'm torn with this. Now, again, there are people on far higher pay grades and pay scales than moi who would know a lot more about this. And yes, if somebody is going to have a bad reaction to something, it's far better than, there are doctors, nurses there, Narcan, defibrillators. I don't know. What do you think about this? I'm kind of torn about this. I really am. Tony, Larry, and Paul on the line here now. Let's go to Tony in Bridgeport. Tony, good afternoon, sir. You're on WICC. How are you?
Paul, I appreciate what you're speaking about because I've had family members as well that have succumbed to addiction one way or the other. People that have recovered from it, people that have succumbed to it.
Yeah.
And it's like what you're saying. I'm not sure what the right answer is. Like maybe we should have these things, like these sort of recovery places as temporary places for people to be at, or maybe they need to use for a little while until they get over it. I'm just not sure because I haven't been in that situation. But I think we need to be more respectful of how they feel, which I think what you're doing is you're being respectful of how they feel because it's not easy one way or the other.
And when you and Tony, you and I probably both know from our experiences, even if somebody did not want to go to these places and somebody says, hey, all right, I'm going to stop cold turkey right now. I've been shooting up for 10 years, but I'm not. Well, that person would die. I mean, that person,
it doesn't work.
Yeah. The withdrawal in and of itself would likely kill that person. So it's not easy. It's not easy.
Right. So maybe a safe place for them to be there, and there's like medical people there.
Well, that's what. Whatever. Yeah, and Tony, thank you for the call and the kind words. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, sir. That's what these would be. And I guess, and again, there's only 3 of them anywhere in the country. Between Rhode Island and New York. So, but again, and I would imagine that this is fact Because if you get people in there and know that, hey, I'm going to go and I'm going to use there, and maybe I can get some help there. Maybe that's the allure, and maybe that's why where these few places are, they claim to have a lot of success here. But it is hard, and the fact that a lot of people in society, as Tony said, they just want to brush people off, and no, this is serious stuff. You just can't stop. You just can't stop cold turkey with this stuff. Most of the time, you'll go into withdrawal, and that's an ugly thing. I've known people have talked to me that have gone through it for hours or days. Now, there is, I know that they have there are some centers now that actually replace all of your blood with a mass transfusion. I forgot what that's called, but they claim you can be clean and sober in like 4 or 5 hours. I don't know. Larry, the cable guy, is with us. Larry, good afternoon, sir. How do you? How you doing? What do you think?
How you doing?
I'm all right.
You doing,
I'm all right, Larry. I'm all right. What do you got?
Well, this is a guy that, if God willing, May 10th, I'll have 33 years of sobriety.
God bless you. God bless you. Excellent.
So here's somebody that's going to tell you what the deal is. That's living the dream now, not the nightmare.
That's it. So what do you think? Yeah.
So first of all, you can't die from when you go through withdrawal from like heroin or any opioid. Yeah. It's a really bad scene, but guess what? That's supposed to drive you to not have to go through it again the next time you want to go through, But, alcoholism, that's a different thing, though. Alcoholic, you can go into grand mal seizures and die if you just go cold turkey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And you know what? They have a thing for this, and it's called a rehab. And maybe they need to put more rehabs out there as opposed to we say, you're enabling the person by saying, okay, come on, you can do the drugs now.
Yeah, and you know what, Larry? And that's the word I was looking for, Larry. Thank you. And again, is there, and Larry just hit it right on the head there, is it enabling? Do we want to enable? Now, some people would say, well, you could enable them, and maybe at the same time you could tell them, hey, now, you need help, right? Maybe we can get you some help here. Maybe. But I guess they admit there is a chance that things could go terribly wrong because they have medical people there. I don't know. Larry, thanks, man. The enabling word, the E word, that's what I was looking for there. Paul's in Monroe. Paul, good afternoon. How are you? What's up?
Oh, I'm good. I think it's a good thing that we're talking about this.
Yeah.
I think it's very, very complicated.
Yeah.
But the other problem is what you're going to find is everybody's going to say, oh, we don't want this in our town.
Well,
we certainly don't want this here in my neighborhood. So I'm surprised they have these facilities. You're talking in other, like New York and whatnot.
Yeah, apparently there's only 3 of them. Yeah, some in New York and 1 or 2 in Rhode Island. Yeah.
I mean, I think the rehab thing is a good idea, but I also think that if you do have one of these places, if something really bad happens, I mean, that's going to be lawsuits, of course, right?
Yeah. And I would assume, hey, Paul, thanks, man. I got news coming up. Appreciate it. I would assume that the area, and I will check the story on the break here. I don't think the actual areas are mentioned, but I would assume, you've got to, because listen, not to denigrate people there, but if one of these was even close to a residential area, you would likely have some blowback from people saying, hey, we want people to, get clean and sober or use control, but not around, NIMBY, not in my backyard, Okie doke, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound is closed between exit 33 and exit 34 because of an accident involving a motorcycle. Either 95 or the Parkway northbound, just under an hour from Norwalk going through Stratford. The Parkway, of course, is a little bit better, and Route 1 is your other alternate, expected to be busy as well. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Saturday, May 2nd for the Yankees' annual Star Wars Day. Enjoy special appearances by some of your favorite Star Wars characters, and the first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a max-free Mandalorian bobblehead. Get your tickets now for Saturday, May 2nd, Star Wars Day at Yankee Stadium. For tickets, visit yankees.com/tickets. And may the Force be with you.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Ryan Fazio going to stop by the program here in a little bit, talk about this bill that was voted down after it got out of committee the other day, earlier this week, that would have allowed basically association health care plans here in the state to move forward, or at least a framework. Study a framework or something like that. Put up the frame. Sometimes you don't finish the house, but the frame is up there. You get through it and you say, well, this isn't going to work, or we got to rework this. All right, well, listen, do what you got to do. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Also, our pal Dan Haar has a rather interesting story on the Democratic side of things in the upcoming election as well. You know where to get me email-wise, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul at voiceofct.com. Paul at voiceofct.com. You go nowhere. We coming back right now.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by DEA Take Back Day.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A jury in New York has found that concert giant Live Nation and its Ticketmaster subsidiary engaged in an anti-competitive monopoly. The latest from CBS's Jake Rosen.
The decision came less than a week after Live Nation's antitrust trial kicked off in a New York courtroom. Not all the states, however, involved in the suit agreed to strike that deal between the Justice Department and Live Nation, and New York Attorney General Letitia James criticized the settlement and vowed to keep litigating, saying that in a statement that the agreement, quote, failed to address the monopoly at the center of the case. More than 24 states moved forward with the lawsuit, resulting in the verdict on Wednesday.
President Trump says the Iran war is close to over, but the status of the ceasefire remains in question. CBS's Linda Kenyon with more.
The current ceasefire is scheduled to end on April 22nd. As for reports it will be extended,
That is not true.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also says official high-level in-person talks have not yet been scheduled.
Nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House.
Adding if there are in-person talks, they will likely continue in Islamabad with Pakistan mediating.
The president feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis.
Pakistan's army chief is presently in Tehran in the latest effort to ease the tensions between the U.S. and Iran. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
More extreme weather has hammered the Midwest, including multiple tornadoes. And as CBS's Usher Qureshi reports from Sussex, Wisconsin.
The big concern now is what's next. Forecasters warn another round of severe weather could develop later today with the same threats: damaging winds, large hail, and the possibility of more tornadoes. Now, people here are preparing. They're clearing their yards, they're charging devices, and making sure they have a safe place to go if warnings are issued.
A super typhoon has hit U.S. islands in the Pacific Ocean. Cars have been flipped over and tin roofs have been ripped away from the remote northern Mariana Islands. There have been no reports of deaths. Authorities in the U.S. territory are just beginning to assess the damage left behind by Super Typhoon Sinlaku. The storm also battered the U.S. territory of Guam with tropical force winds and heavy rain. At least 9 people are killed in a middle school shooting in southern Turkey. A teacher and 8 students died in the attack. It is the second school attack in Turkey this week. The BBC's Orla Guerin has more from Istanbul.
Officials say the attacker entered 2 classrooms where the students were as young as 10 and started shooting at random.
13 people are being treated in the hospital. U.S. stocks hit an all-time high and roar back from losses caused by the Iran war as the S&P 500 continues.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
3 people are without a home and a dog is dead after a fire in Norwalk. It happened around noon on Tuesday on Fulmar Lane. Fire officials first detected a fire on the rear deck and then saw flames coming out of both the first and second floor as the fire spread into the attic. Fire departments from Rowayton, New Canaan, Westport, and Stamford also responded to the scene. The fire is being investigated by the Norwalk Fire Marshal's Division. 1 person is in the hospital following Tuesday's fire in Bridgeport. It happened near the intersection of Boston Avenue and East Main Street around 12:45 p.m. More than a dozen people are without a home after 2 buildings suffered damage. One of the buildings was a multi-family home, and the other was a home that had a business on the first floor. One resident says he is lucky to be alive after hearing an explosion and finding a plume of smoke in his face when he opened the door. Connecticut's brush fire danger rating remains high. Crews were called to Burr Pond State Park Tuesday afternoon after witnesses reported hearing an explosion and seeing smoke coming from the woods under some power lines. The park and trails were evacuated as a precaution as crews worked to extinguish a brush fire spanning about 10 acres. This comes after a brush fire in East Haven was recently extinguished after a combined effort from multiple local fire departments. State Forestry Chief Chris Martin warns Connecticut's brush fire danger rating remains high despite this week's rain.
In Connecticut, what we see this time of year are times where it sprinkles and rains, and then the very next day, we could have a high fire danger rating.
And the town of Stratford has a new police chief. Renee Dominguez spent much of her career in the New Haven Police Department, including a brief stint as its acting chief. Former Chief Joseph McNeil resigned in November, triggering a search for a new leader. Dominguez was selected from a pool of 18 applicants. Her husband is also a former Stratford police officer. Dominguez began her career as a Newtown police officer in 2000 before transitioning to New Haven a few years later. She was appointed acting chief in 2021. According to Stratford Mayor Dr. David Chess, Dominguez will begin in May. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound closed between exit 33 and exit 34 because of a crash involving a motorcycle. The backup for that starts in Fairfield. Parkway northbound, an hour from Norwalk going through Trumbull and Stratford. A lot of folks avoiding the closure on 95 North. Also, heavy overflow delays on the 25 connector northbound. Also avoiding 95 North. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Heidi-ho, heidi-ho, hello. How is everyone today at 203-333-9422? Yes, 333-WICC. I'm a little late here. I did not consume the 4 o'clock banana, but I can see it here. Hold on. There it is. It's over there. Let me get it for you. If you're watching on, hold on. If you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on Twitch, just to tell you that there it is. See that? I'm holding it in my right hand right now. I am holding the 4 o'clock banana. You like that? There we go. All right, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. A lot more coming up. Dan Haar in about an hour with a neat little piece he's done on the gubernatorial race. Ryan Fazio in just a couple of minutes. First, though, want to go over our question of the day at 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Simple question, because we have this scenario here where, again, the leadership in Hartford seems to have put up a roadblock that doesn't really make any sense here in a year where affordability, and I'm doing the air quotes here, affordability is like a buzzword here, that would have allowed essentially association health plans. And the big fear is that it's going to hurt the Affordable Care Act scenario and all this. I don't get it. I don't get this. So I asked a very simple question here. I think it's simple anyway, because I am at heart a simpleton. Is that a good or a bad thing? Should Connecticut businesses be allowed to pool their employee numbers and just shop for better health insurance coverage? What's wrong with that? Chris Williams is here. He's looking over the answers, and he's smiling. He's are some of our listeners making you laugh today, Chris?
Kind of. I just like Bill's response. He said the fact that this question is being asked is what enrages the majority of U.S. citizens about the politicians running this state.
Yeah, you would think. What else do we have?
Yes, from Crystal, it would help so many. Joseph thinks that you can shop all you want, but health insurance is unaffordable. And if by chance they find a good price, that company will jack it up the next year. Especially the food service from Dana. We run in a tight margin and would love to offer insurance, but unfortunately I can't afford it for myself, never mind for others. Ed said yes, and bring back discounts through associations where similar companies can join and pool their employee numbers. And if the end result is better coverage, sure, why not? That is from John.
And they do this in other states. Now, a lot of the other states are red states. Some blue states do this too. But again, here, the only thing they're concerned about, depending upon who you talk to and the inference you can make and how somebody is talking about this, is the Affordable Care Act. They're saying, well, this could hurt the Affordable Care Act. Well, wait a minute now. If the Affordable Care Act is going to get hurt by a better deal or better pricing or more flexibility or more variable coverage, what does that say about the ACA then? Right? What am I missing here? Rhetorical question. Most people hear that, they go, "Your mind, Pacelli. You're missing common sense." Oh, man. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC as we continue.
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, "Alexa, play WICC." Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, "Alexa, play WICC."
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, April 21st and 23rd at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Go to voiceofct.com and click on contests. Enter to win tickets to see the Brad Meldau Trio perform at Ridgefield Playhouse Saturday, May 16th. Tickets on sale now.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound closed between exit 33 and exit 34 because of a crash involving a motorcycle. The backup for that starts in Fairfield. Parkway northbound, an hour from Norwalk going through Trumbull and Stratford. A lot of folks avoiding the closure on 95 north. Also, heavy overflow delays on the 825 connector northbound. Also avoiding 95 north. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Derby's live and local news source for 100 years. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, joining us right now, I wanted to get his comments on this lack of any action regarding at least trying something different here. Here's a gentleman you hear on the radio station a lot. You'll hear him a lot more as the gubernatorial campaign cranks up. It is Greenwich GOP State Senator Ryan Fazio. And again, Ryan is a declared candidate for the governorship. Hey, Ryan, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you, man?
I'm great, Paul. How are you?
Not too bad, but man, Ryan, if you could have seen me or watched me on our video feed or listened to me, I was losing it before. Again, here we go, Ryan, the same crap, my words, not yours. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But again, we see this scenario here where we have one committee that says, okay, let's take a look at maybe some of these different ways that small businesses, right, can get better health care coverage. Even if it doesn't work, let's take a look at it. And then all of a sudden, appropriation says, no, thank you. Explain to folks, what is your best guess? Who is whispering in whose ear, Ryan, maybe not romantically, to make sure this thing doesn't advance?
No, there's nothing romantic about jacking up healthcare costs for small businesses and employees. And your terminology is exactly correct. This is crap. The state government imposes all these regulations on small businesses and consumers and workers that jack up the cost of doing business, that jack up the costs of healthcare. And when legislators, all Republicans, and even a couple moderate Democratic legislators propose to do something about it, like give people more choice in the health insurance market, the more progressive legislators and the governor who dominate the building say, no, you can't have choice, you can't have competition, even though this is a proven way to drive down costs. There was a study I read that said that it could drive down health insurance costs by 10% or more. And when that's 1/6 of your economy or something like that, that's an enormous benefit economically to small businesses and to workers and to patients. And this is an issue that Republicans need to own and talk about more. And we will on this campaign, because I hear it from small businesses and workers and individuals all across our state that healthcare costs, after maybe energy bills and taxes, is one of the biggest burdens in our economy on residents, and we got to do something about it.
Yeah, and according to Chris DiPentima's comments, our friend from CBIA that will report in the Hartford Business Journal, he said, listen, there would be at least, Ryan, under this latest version, there would be almost complete state oversight. There would be guarantees about solvency, and no, it wouldn't have a deleterious effect on the Affordable Care Act. But again, Ryan, my words, not yours. If they're worried about Obamacare being affected or the ACA, well, maybe the Obamacare or the ACA is the problem and not giving people choices. I mean, are we protecting a problem here? I don't get it.
That's exactly right. They're protecting a system that's failing people, where people cannot afford to buy Obamacare on the market unless they have a giant subsidy or they're going to go on Medicaid themselves. So this is hollowing out the market for small businesses and for individuals who might be 1099 workers or retirees or right before retirement or anything like that. We need to have choice and competition. It works everywhere else in our economy. It drives down costs. It makes products better. This is simply a modest reform that gives people choice outside of many of the regulations which were imposed and drive up costs, and small businesses are begging for it. The big corporations can deal with a lot of these costs. The small businesses don't, but the small businesses are what make our towns and cities in Connecticut special, and it's about time we did something to support them and all their employees.
Yeah, and finally, Ryan, it must drive you. See, this is why I could never do what you guys and gals do up there on both sides of the aisle in both chambers. Nothing drives me crazier. I'm being dead serious now with this old-fashioned thinking where, well, we can't try. Well, I have an idea. You try something. You make sure a safety net is there. And if it fails, you end it. You sunset it after a year or two. Why does that hardly ever happen? What's the problem?
Well, people pass laws and they take credit for passing laws and they don't track whether they're working or not. Things aren't working in the state of Connecticut. The healthcare bills are rising by 10% a year. The energy bills are the second highest in the country. The taxes are the third highest in the country. It's time for a change, and that's why I'm running for governor, because I think we actually can make healthcare more affordable. We can make energy bills more affordable. We can cut the tax burden in a historic fashion. We just need the right leadership at the top to do it. People are sick and tired of the status quo in Connecticut, and it's time for a change.
All right, Ryan, thanks. Ryan Fazio, declared candidate for governor and Republican State Senate member. Ryan, thanks, man. We know you had a busy day. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, appreciate it. All right, there you go. Why do we stick to this old thinking here? Or maybe not Maybe it's not old. Maybe you can have old thinking that works. Okay, nobody's saying that everything that's been in place is not working. But, if you're woodworking and you're trying to put two pieces of wood together and you want a smooth finish there and you run your finger and your hand over, you say, oh, look at that little burr there. What do? Do you throw the whole thing out, or do you figure out how to sand down that burr? Maybe at wood level or a little lower. Do you hollow it out? Do you put some filler in there? Put some more lacquer? You come up with new ideas. Say, hey, I don't want to ruin the structural integrity of this table I'm building or whatever. But how will I do this? Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it a different way. I'm going to put the wood there, then we'll use some filler and whatever, and everything will be fine and dandy, supposedly. You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Just look. And again, the fact of the matter is, and I've been told this by legislators over the years on the state level and the federal level, the reason we're stuck in our ways, they would tell me, Paul, is because as long as everybody's getting paid, as long as things aren't blowing up or breaking, why change? Why change? And again, this healthcare idea, consolidating businesses together, associated healthcare plans, just try it. And if it doesn't work, you can puff your chest out and bang your chest and say, see, I told you. You wacky Republicans or you wacky Democrats, I told you this was a bad idea, and maybe the other side will have to eat crow or some manner of flying animal. But the people that don't want this stuff to work are the ones that stand to lose or at least be proven wrong. See, the problem, too, is, especially with leadership in Connecticut, nobody ever say, even when they are wrong, like on this bottle bill, right? People were screaming, don't do 10 cents. Do 5. Oh, no, we're going to do 10 cents. Well, now, is everybody who pushed this 5-cent bottle thing, are they going to step forward and say, you know what, we were wrong? Well, we're going to make an adjustment, don't we? Yes, but if you were right the first time, you wouldn't make the adjustment. Just make the adjustment and say, you know what, we screwed this one up. Yes, we should have listened to you. And, in fact, that'll lead nicely into the next segment I want to do here. There is a pretty influential state legislator who is now saying, hey, maybe we rushed into this legalized sports gambling a little too quickly. Maybe we did. I don't know. I don't know. Remember, we did both of them relatively quickly. I mean, I wasn't thrilled with either one. I was far more in favor of the sports gambling than I was the marijuana. And if people want to do marijuana, that's fine. Sit home in your backyard, sit on your couch there, watch the Mets score no runs. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Sorry. But, having said that, now all of a sudden, God, you had the New York Times about a month and a half ago running a lead editorial. Well, maybe we did run into this marijuana thing a little quickly. If for no other reason that we still don't know what a marijuana DUI is, but we went ahead and did that. And we went ahead and did the betting. Hey, they said, well, Europe has been doing it. Okay, fine, whatever. And there were even people saying, maybe bet on final scores. Those prop bets, never mind. No. We've done the studies. We need them. And it's all about the money. We will tell you who is now giving a little mea culpa on this and more coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound closed between exit 33 and exit 34 because of a crash involving a motorcycle. The backup for that starts in Fairfield Parkway northbound, an hour from Norwalk going through Trumbull and Stratford. A lot of folks avoiding the closure on 95 North. Also, heavy overflow delays on the 825 connector northbound, also avoiding 95 North. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
During my 20s, I lost and gained weight several times, and now I've been left with some facial and neck lines that I just don't like. But instead of using makeup to cover it up or getting injections or even surgery to correct the problem, I learned about SoftWave at Derm Medical in Wilton. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is an ultrasound energy that triggers a healing response to boost collagen and help your skin become firmer, smoother, and more lifted over time. Go to dermmedical.org/softwave to book your appointment today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STATION25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin, Sundays at 11 a.m. on our sister station, The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, The Voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. President Trump says the war with Iran is close to over, and Senate Republicans reject a fourth attempt to curb his war powers. GOP Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri.
The president, I think, has taken great care to comply with the war powers statute, which is important. He's within that 60-day window. And my hope is by the time we reach the end of that 60 days, this conflict will be over.
Democratic Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari introduces articles of impeachment against Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth over his handling of the war with Iran. CBS's Torian Small reports.
The likelihood that this goes anywhere is pretty low, especially considering this is a member of the minority party who it's unclear if she got backing.
Severe storms unleash tornadoes and hail across the Midwest and Southern Plains, and more is possible today. This man lives in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
It started wind really hard and then raining really hard, so I was like, oh, here we go. And then all of a sudden I feel my entire room shake.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The U.S. Justice Department is suing the state of Connecticut for the state's sanctuary policies. The city of New Haven was also named in the lawsuit. It specifically cites the state's Trust Act, which regulates how state and local law enforcement coordinates operations with federal agents. The Trust Act prohibits state law enforcement from arresting someone at the request of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal said this past January that the Trust Act is fully compliant with federal law.
Connecticut's Bipartisan Trust Act fully complies with federal law. Connecticut's
legal treatment of the immigration issue was certified in 2017 by Trump's own administration, and the Connecticut Trust Act is fully compliant with federal law as well as our Constitution and all other United States laws.
The law was also modified last year to allow people to sue local officers that comply with federal immigration detainers. This comes after a bill that would hold ICE accountable for misconduct and constitutional violations by their agents advanced through the state Senate by a party line vote Tuesday. SB 397 is largely meant to clarify the rights of Connecticut residents and make it clear that they have legal recourse if hurt or wrongfully detained by ICE. But it's not all that the law does. In addition to clarifying the rights of Connecticut residents, Attorney General William Tong says SB 397 also establishes sensitive areas where federal agents should not be allowed.
These are places, actually, people like to use this word sanctuary. These are actual sanctuaries. Houses of God. Also sensitive places include places like schools where there are children, because we love our children.
After Tuesday's vote, the bill will go to the State House of Representatives for approval. Senate Republicans criticized the legislation, saying it's just a political move by Democrats because it cannot be enforced. The family of a 26-year-old UConn dental student from North Haven that died after being put into what they call a, quote, fake ICU says their family dog received faster treatment from the family vet than their son did from staff at Bridgeport Hospital's Milford campus. Connor Hilton was admitted in August of 2024 after complications from an illness. A lawsuit filed by Hilton's family says a doctor never personally saw Connor, instead issuing orders to staff remotely on a screen. As Connor's condition worsened, a doctor still never personally attended to him, and required medical attention was never provided, the lawsuit says. Yale New Haven Hospital, which owns Bridgeport Hospital and the former Milford Hospital, said they were unable to comment on pending litigation. Today is tax day. The IRS, as well as the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection, are warning about an increase in AI-powered tax scams. Fake agents may call, text, or even reach out to people on social media and use AI-generated voices that sound authoritative and convincing. Beware of big payday offers, demands, and website links. Do your research to check if the agent is credible, and know that the IRS will reach out to people by mail first rather than by phone or text. A former Connecticut tax preparer will serve 18 months in prison for filing false tax returns. Diana Miller now lives in Port Orange, Florida, and will have to serve 1 year of supervised release after her prison sentence. Miller is accused of falsely deducting charitable contributions and business expenses for clients, many who had incomes over $500,000. From 2016 to 2021, those filings led to more than $1 million in refunds or reductions from the IRS for her clients. She was also ordered to pay restitution of more than $467,000 to the IRS. State Representative Tim Ackert is running for lieutenant governor. The 8th District Republican is currently serving his 7th term in the House. He represents Bolton, Columbia, Coventry, Lebanon, and part of Tolland. Another Republican in the race for the GOP nomination is Matt Corey. Corey previously challenged Democrat Chris Murphy for his U.S. Senate seat. Incumbent Susan Bisowitz is the only announced Democratic candidate in the race. And with the conclusion of the regular hockey season and the Bridgeport Islanders heading to Ontario after the playoffs, the city of Bridgeport is looking to find uses for the Total Mortgage Arena. The hockey franchise has been the primary occupant of the building for the past 25 years, and now the city is soliciting proposals for the building's future. The arena has 10,000 seats and comes with an ice rink. The city and state are each making contributions to a $30 million renovation to the building, and city officials say they'd like a new venue for the building as soon as possible. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound closed between exit 33 and exit 34 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On the 825 connector northbound, lots of overflow traffic coming out of Bridgeport going up to Trumbull. Folks avoiding the closure on 95 north. On the Merritt Parkway northbound, plan on at least an hour. Norwalk through Stratford, and on Route 8 way up there, an accident involving an overturned vehicle. Exit 29 has things backing up into Naugatuck. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion delays through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Now I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, great to have you with us right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online, voiceofct.com. Also, if you want to get a hold of me, same number, talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, as we move right along here on a, what is it? It's Sunday, but it's Wednesday. Hey, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, our buddy, our pal, Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media. And we'll be talking to Andrew Miller from Sacred Heart University. Again, there's a new Sacred Heart University sports survey out there about, and we talked about, betting and gambling and people all over Connecticut doing it right now, and the idea of the street level bookie, the guy at the firehouse, the guy that constructs, you know what I'm talking about there, and all that now being kind of gone as far as people betting. Well, Sacred Heart just did another new survey now. This one regarding attitudes of, what leagues are trustworthy. I mean, think about, and if you tend to maybe put a few money, put some bucks down, a few shekels, a few piastres down on sports, and maybe you do it within just a fun kind of thing, right? You don't bet, what do they say? Bet with your head, not over it, whatever that was years ago. I think that was a lottery thing with the Connecticut Lottery. But there are people who just, for whatever reason, get a little upset now when people think that, a certain league, certain leagues, certain players are trustworthy or not. I mean, think about it for a second. And again, we'll talk with Andrew Miller about this coming up. But think about now that gambling is legal. And again, we'll get to our story about a state legislator who wonders if we went in too fast, too far, shouldn't have gone in at all. That's Maria Horn in the General Assembly. But, having said that, think about just watching a game right now. And you have these things called, not just you're not just betting on who's going to win and the point spread. That's like kindergarten now. Now you've got these what are called proposition bets, right? Or prop bets. So-and-so is going to get so many points, or so-and-so is going to get so many rebounds, or, which hockey team is going to score how many goals in a period. And you just, when something just doesn't look right, immediately now, and, probably there's a probability of 99.999% with all the money these guys and gals make that they're not on the take. But, but not to paint with a broad brush here, especially you see somebody was a little nonchalant about a shot he or she took. Or maybe they could have grabbed that ball before I rolled out of us. Oh, look at that. One more turnover, and I win my over 5 turnover things. A bet that I made. Proposition bet. So we'll talk about that coming up straight ahead. What do they think? How do they feel about modern betting? because it's all over the place. And everybody says, oh, the deleterious effects. But, man, they like that money. They like that green Jesus. Them dead presidents, them green Jesus. Here's a guy who loves the green Jesus because he's got stacks of it. Jose in Shelton. Jose, how are you?
What's going on, Paul?
Yeah.
I'm over here at Milford Beach chilling, Silver Sands.
Yeah,
You
well,
ever go there?
yeah, you're a rich guy. That's why you're just hanging out at the beach today,
I'm enjoying what Connecticut has to offer.
Yeah, well, it's true.
Connecticut?
Huh?
Have you ever been to Silver Sands in Milford, Connecticut?
Yeah, Milford, Connecticut, as opposed to Milford, Massachusetts. No, I've been to Silver Sands once or twice. Yes, I have.
Yeah, it's a beautiful beach.
It
they
is.
fix up the concessions and the boardwalk.
Nice.
Anyway, speaking of Connecticut,
yeah,
'cause you got your finger on the pulse.
Thank you.
Who do you think's going to win the Connecticut Republican primary for governor?
Wow.
And then I'll tell you who I think's going to win. Why?
Jose.
You're going to come up with the right answer. I have faith in you.
Jose, honestly, I was thinking about this the other day. If I had to make a selection right now, I would lean ever so slightly to Aaron Stewart. Ever so slightly. Right now.
See, we're on the same page.
Oh, all right.
Here's the reason why I think Aaron Stewart is going to win.
Okay.
First of all, she's a very attractive candidate.
Okay.
Both personal and with her issues.
All right.
That day, she's been on the internet for the last year running for governor.
Yep.
That's B.
Yep.
And she's a moderate. That's C. But having said all that, Lamont's going to win by a lot.
See, I don't think so, Jose. I still would pick him to win, but I think I think you're looking at like 52 to 48 or 53 to 47.
No.
No?
Oh, that's what you. No, I'm going to say 60 to 40.
No, it won't be that. No. Whomever
He's doing a great job. Would you agree with that or not?
He's doing a very good job at keeping the loonies in his party under control. So, yes, I would agree with that. Yes.
And also, do you agree he lives on Millionaires Row in Greenwich?
I don't know. I have no idea where he lives. I know he's a Greenwich guy, but I don't know where he lives. I do not know.
He lives on either Millionaires Drive or Millionaires Row.
Don't you live there?
I'm trying to buy one. They won't let me in.
Yeah. All right, Jose. Enjoy the beach, my friend. Appreciate it. Jose in Silver Sands in Milwaukee. See, Jose's a good Democrat. You know why Jose's a good Democrat? Because he loves money. He admits it. One of my axioms. Both parties love money. They love the dead presidents. They love the green Jesus. Republicans just admit it more.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut in-home assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut in-home assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, the markets finished mixed this Wednesday, with the Dow seeing a modest loss, the S&P a modest gain, while the Nasdaq closed at yet another record high, up over 300 points. Shares of Morgan Stanley up over 4% today after the financial services giant posted profits for the quarter that were up 30% from last year. That was thanks to 16% growth in revenues. In economic news, the Labor Department said that import prices were up less than expected in March. Those were up 0.8% after increasing a downwardly revised 0.9% back in February. Elsewhere, the National Association of Home Builders released a report showing a drop in home builder confidence in April. The NAHB Wells Fargo Housing Market Index down to a reading of 34 in April after climbing to 38 in March. Economists were looking for 37. And a report from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York showed an unexpected increase in manufacturing activity in April. The New York Fed's General Business Conditions Index surging to a reading of positive 11. Economists were looking for negative 2.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound closed between exit 33 and exit 34 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On the 825 connector northbound, lots of overflow traffic coming out of Bridgeport going up to Trumbull. Folks avoiding the closure on 95 north. On the Merritt Parkway northbound, plan on at least an hour. Norwalk through Stratford, and on Route 8 way up there, an accident involving an overturned vehicle. Exit 29 has things backing up into Naugatuck. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion delays through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Now I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9 and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, good article here in CT Insider talking to both Democrats and Republicans at the General Assembly, the vast majority of whom voted for legalized sports gambling in Connecticut back a few years ago. And like I said, if you had to ask, well, which one do you want? I would have much preferred the gambling and no marijuana, and that's because of me. And again, I'm not trying to be the old man on the corner here that doesn't want people to enjoy themselves. But having said all that, my biggest bugaboo against marijuana, and I'm no scientist, I'm no toxicologist, I'm not a physicist, I can't tell you, or a physiologist about how the body works with THC, but we still can't measure it. We can measure alcohol. We can't measure with any degree of certainty on a uniform level what THC does to the human body because it's fat soluble. It's not water soluble. You go to sleep, you wake up maybe with a hangover, you go to the bathroom a few times, you drink some water and some coffee, and you're not drunk anymore. Don't work that way with marijuana. You could still have an appreciable THC level a day or two after you smoked or ate or something. Alex Putterman's story 5 years later, a key backer of the Connecticut sports betting law wonders if it was a mistake. Democratic State Rep Maria Horn, Salisbury, back in 2021, helped shepherd sports, legalize betting through the General Assembly, urging her colleagues to do it as well. She says back then she recognized the risk of problem gambling, and here it is, folks. This is what it's about in Hartford. It's not about morals. It's not. And some people would say, well, you shouldn't enforce your morals over the morals of somebody else. Maybe. The bill presented a revenue opportunity for the state. She figured Connecticut was better off legalizing betting than letting it continue underground and unregulated. Well, 5 years later, she says she's not so sure anymore. And I give Ms. Horn and whatever other legislators are saying this, I give them credit for having the wherewithal and the clear-headedness, clear thinking of saying, well, maybe I was wrong here. She said this week to Hearst, quote, I'm concerned. I'm concerned about what it's doing to sports. I'm concerned about young people betting. I'm concerned about the increasing blurring between this and the prediction markets. And the prediction markets are I told you about it, Kalshi and Poly market. There's no point spread. You're betting against everybody else. We can go into that another time. She said, quote, I think a lot of people felt like, oh, this is just a fun thing we're going to do here, she said. And I don't think we fully realize what we were getting ourselves into. Well, you heard from the experts, didn't you, Ms. Horn, with all due respect? In certain ways, sports betting has been a clear success for Connecticut, says here. It has steadily increased in revenue over the past 5 years. Sports betting has earned the state, and folks, this is what it's all about. I know they say it's fun and to get it above ground and not underground. This is what it's all about. The state has taken in over the past 5 years $294 million. It's also offered another profit stream for the state's two major casinos and allowed people seeking to bet to do it without crossing state lines or using an illegal bookie. Dick Blumenthal said after a recent roundtable with students, quote, hey, there's no question there was a foresight failure. And people didn't see the evils around the country. Now, Senator, with all due respect, sir, I don't want to hear a foresight failure. Yeah, and look, any expert was going to tell you that much like drugs, much like alcohol, much like everything else that is of age, you're going to have a percentage of people who, for lack of a better term, can't handle it. He says it's not just Connecticut. The problem is a national public health crisis. Well, it is. It is. But it's not stopping. And maybe in society now, after it's been, I guess we just passed 5 years here in Connecticut, do you just say, well, hey, there are people that buy too many lottery tickets. There are people that go to Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun too often, or they go there the 1 or 2 days a year they spend way too much money. People need vices, but everybody is all surprised. Now, oh, my God, look at this happening. We never know. You thought. No. Don't say you're surprised or you didn't think. You knew exactly what the blank was going to happen. But again, you probably figured, well, hey, there's always, addictive behavior is addictive behavior. It is what it is, right? So let's just roll with the punches here. We'll make the money and we'll offer help to the people that can't handle it. But listen, in a roundabout way, I say kudos to State Representative Maria Horn, Democrat Salisbury. She was right out in front of the gambling thing, if you remember, back in 2021. And now she's saying, well, maybe it was a mistake. Good on you. Good on you. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound closed between exit 33 and exit 34 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On the 25 connector northbound, lots of overflow traffic coming out of Bridgeport going up to Trumbull. Folks avoiding the closure on 95 north. On the Merritt Parkway northbound, plan on at least an hour. Norwalk through Stratford, and on Route 8 way up there, an accident involving an overturned vehicle. Exit 29 has things backing up into Naugatuck. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion delays through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Fairfield County, you're invited to come and enjoy the R.D. Cinto Free Community Shakespeare Event Series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of Macbeth with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through May 5th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more information. That's nightswithshakespeare.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, coming up, our pal, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. Some of you love him. Some of you are like, you're having Har on, which proves he's a good guest. Yes. If you can have 50% of the people love you 50% of the time and half the people not like you 50% of the time, it's like you're a good baseball umpire. You're doing the job. All right, we'll do that. And we'll talk about sports betting again. Coming up, new survey from our friends down the road at Sacred Heart University. You know how to get a hold of us? Talk or text 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. All right, back with you after the news right now.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. If you're a concert goer, it may be music to your ears. A jury has found Live Nation and Ticketmaster guilty of acting as a monopoly. CBS's Allison Keyes with more.
Live Nation Entertainment owns, operates, and has an equity interest in hundreds of venues, and its subsidiary Ticketmaster is considered to be the world's largest ticket seller for live events. Legal analyst Lori Levinson says,
we can expect that when the jury finally takes a look at the damages here, it could be a huge amount.
The jury found that Ticketmaster overcharged customers just under $2 per ticket in 22 states. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
President Trump has insisted again the war with Iran is nearly over, but tensions are high in the Gulf over a U.S. blockade. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
An Iranian military commander has threatened to halt trade in the entire Gulf region if the U.S. doesn't lift its blockade on Iranian ports. U.S. naval forces have been warning ships.
The U.S. has announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas. This is illegal action.
The U.S. Central Command says no vessels have made it past U.S. forces since the blockade began. The U.S. has not formally agreed to extend the ceasefire with Iran, but mediators say progress is being made in getting both sides back to the negotiating table.
Millions brace for another day of severe weather, according to this Wisconsin resident.
All of a sudden, the wind picked up. I go run out the front door, and the wind's just going sideways, and it's like, whoa. I'm like, holy.
More from CBS's Usher Qureshi.
We can see trees snapped, roofs damaged, and crews are here working to clear debris. Now, overnight, strong storms pushed through parts of Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois, bringing large hail, damaging winds, and reported tornadoes. Now, according to the National Weather Service, some of those wind gusts topped 60 miles per hour.
Today, the system stretches from Texas up to the northeast. The most severe weather could hit Oklahoma City up to northern Wisconsin. With the partial government shutdown now in its 60th day, House Speaker Mike Johnson says Republicans will move forward with procedures that can get around Democrats' refusal to move forward in the Senate as Democrats demand limits on ICE immigration tactics.
It's going to come from the Senate. They're working that very aggressively. We expect to have that in our hands, sent over to the House probably by middle to the end of next week.
Continuing hopes for a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran result in records on Wall Street. CBS's Jason Brooks.
Wall Street benefited from strong gains in semiconductor and financial stocks, and that pushed the S&P 500 and NASDAQ to record highs.
Dow closed down 72 points, but the NASDAQ closed up 377, and the S&P 500 rose 56 points. This is CBS News.
Every Sunday, moderator Margaret Brennan goes face-to-face with top leaders to make you better informed. Face the Nation, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 42-year-old Connecticut man is dead after apparently being caught in a rip current Tuesday in Florida. Firefighters responded to the 4th Street South Beach in Cocoa Beach around 1 p.m. The man and an Ohio woman were pronounced dead at Cape Canaveral Hospital. The victims' names were not released. A former Connecticut tax preparer will serve 18 months in prison for filing false tax returns. Diana Miller now lives in Port Orange, Florida, and will have to serve 1 year of supervised release after her prison sentence. Miller is accused of falsely deducting charitable contributions and business expenses for clients, many who had incomes over $500,000. From 2016 to 2021, those filings led to more than $1 million in refunds or reductions from the IRS for her clients. She was also ordered to pay restitution of more than $467,000 to the IRS. And it may be home to one of the longest stretches of publicly accessible shorelines in the state, But if you're planning to visit a West Haven beach, be aware that parking lots will be closed at sunset, effective immediately. There will also be increased enforcement in the area. There's no word on what led to the action, but West Haven police issued a notice that unruly behavior will not be tolerated. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound closed between exit 33 and exit 34 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On the 825 connector northbound, lots of overflow traffic coming out of Bridgeport going up to Trumbull. Folks avoiding the closure on 95 north. On the Merritt Parkway northbound, plan on at least an hour. Norwalk through Stratford, and on Route 8 way up there, an accident involving an overturned vehicle. Exit 29 has things backing up into Naugatuck. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion delays through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hello. How is everyone there at 507, 508? How are you? Hope all is well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. If you missed any of the show previously, including our chat with Ryan Fazio, Republican State Senate member from Greenwich, and a gentleman who was running for governor on the Republican side against, in his own party, Aaron Stewart and Betsy McCoy. Check it out. Chris Williams, our erstwhile producer, will be posting the podcast, right around 6 o'clock or so in another 52 minutes when we wave goodbye for the day today. Big story of the day, or the one I thought would gather the most interest here, and it kind of has. We have a scenario where early this week, another vote came up to kill any possible proposal legislatively that would have allowed small groups of businesses, associations, trade associations, whatever, 4 or 5 machine shops getting together, maybe a local string of hair salons getting together, and saying, hey, we want to pool our employee bases. So instead of going in there with 5 or 10 employees, we can go in there with 50 or 100 and get a notion here of getting a regular, or a better, I should say, a better health care insurance rate from some of the big health care insurance folk. And again, it passed one committee vote in Hartford and was voted down in the other, and nobody is saying really why. Now, the CBIA is not happy, and Chris DiPentima, who's been on this show and I believe is on with Melissa tomorrow morning, I think he's right. It just shows that leadership in Hartford, and we know what party that is, they talk a good game, but when given the chance to at least put up the framework of something and say, hey, let's look at these association health care plans. Are they good? Are they not good? Are they somewhere in the middle? Are there not enough safeguards here? It's something we can work on, but we just won't do that. Because they say, well, it could have a deleterious effect on the Affordable Care Act. So wait a minute now. If a better idea has a deleterious effect or a threatening effect on the Affordable Care Act and the Obamacare marketplace in Connecticut, Access Health Connecticut, what does that say about the ACH, or the ACA, the Affordable Care Act? What does that say? So again, it's another scenario here of us looking, as my father used to say, bass-ackwards at something. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So I asked the question, still up there if you want to jump on here. Should Connecticut businesses be allowed to get together to pool their employee numbers and shop for better health coverage? Why wouldn't you want to allow that? When all you hear is, affordability and things are too expensive and affordability, well, isn't lowering health care costs, even if it's 5 or 10%, isn't that worth it? And please explain to me, what am I missing here? Dan Harr's up next. We'll check traffic and weather again. A lot more coming up. And after the news at about 5:45, before we say goodbye, new poll out from our friends at Sacred Heart University. We'll talk about all that and more as we move along right here on WICC.
This spring, all of us at WICC are here to bring you the live and local news you need daily. Melissa in the Morning wakes you up at 5 for Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. The latest local news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is live at 2 for the latest on your ride home. We're live and local all day, every day on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Connecticut's favorite obstacle run, the Gaylord Gauntlet 5K, is back Saturday, June 13th in Wallingford. Run, crawl, climb, splash, balance, and swing through 24 insane obstacles, including mud, fire, zip lines, even a massive water slide. Every registration supports Connecticut's largest adaptive sports program, the Gaylord Sports Association, which provides adaptive sports, recreation, and fitness opportunities for people with permanent physical or visual impairments. GaylordGauntlet.org.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. May 5th, it's Madeline Peru performing We Are America, songs that give us hope.
Don't wait too long.
May 16th is the Brad Meldau Trio with Felix Mosaholm and Jorge Rossi. And June 12th, it's Al Di Meola, the Guitarchitect, featuring Electric Band. Madeline Peru, Brad Meldau, and Al Di Meola. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate, while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
WICC contests are open to Connecticut residents only that are 18 years of age or older. For complete contest rules, visit voiceofct.com and click on contest rules at the bottom of the page.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 North has reopened in Stratford on either 95 or the Parkway northbound. 45 minutes from Westport going through. Trumbull and Stratford. Route 8 northbound, you're all bunched up coming off of the 825 connector, going through Shelton, 84 eastbound. Busy, but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Fairfield's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, just about 5:15. All right, it's 5:16. I missed by a minute. Here comes the memo from the boss. No, I'm only kidding. Joining us right around this time, midweek every Wednesday, is Dan Haar, senior editor, columnist, Hearst Connecticut Media. Mr. Haar, good afternoon, sir, on this Wednesday. How are you?
Good afternoon. I don't mind giving up 60 seconds of my time for an Aaron Stewart ad. That was fun.
You like that ad? Well, what's your, before we get to this, I'm glad we played it there, because before we get, and Aaron Stewart is involved in one of your stories there, what did you think of that ad, Dan, from a tactical point of view, the message? What'd you think hearing that?
The one she just aired that we just heard about energy?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's an appealing ad to the voters, but it misunderstands that we have a regional grid. And so Connecticut doesn't have energy that we generate here that belongs to us. Millstone energy is not ours. Sadly, we pay for it more than the other states because they called our bluff, and that's a big issue. But it wouldn't be an easy policy option to say we are, quote, keeping the cheap Millstone energy. That's not how the market works.
All right.
And also, of course, as you know, she took a shot at electric blowers, and I'm the big anti-gas blower guy in the state, especially after this morning when I could hardly work. I had a pounding headache from my next-door neighbor blowing two leaves for 20 minutes with a gas blower.
Oh, boy. Are you on speaking terms with that neighbor or not? Can I ask that?
We're very friendly, except when I videotape the lawn service, and they give me dirty looks, so...
All right. Now, one of your stories you wanted to talk about is of the aforementioned Aaron Stewart, the former multi-term mayor of New Britain, now running for governor. And what is that about? I mean, I saw it, but explain to people.
Yeah, today there was a report. You may recall in February, I believe the 17th, the tax collector, who was an ally of the former mayor, was put on administrative leave pending an investigation into financial accusations. And those financial accusations came out today in a report from the Crombie law firm, which did it commissioned by the new Democratic mayor, Bobby Sanchez, formerly of the legislature. Yeah. And the report said that this tax collector was systematically waiving backdating checks on late tax payments so as to waive interest payments, which, as you know, are state mandated, 18%, for favored taxpayers. And she, in the report, the tax collector, who's been fired today, says that she got instructions from the mayor's office. None of this is directly connected to former Mayor Aaron Stewart. None of it. She is not named in the report. She's not implicated. Nothing says she did anything wrong. That's what we know so far, what I just said.
But you just mentioned there that somebody in this, she is saying that, well, this was handed down from the mayor's office. How exactly did she say that? How does she position that?
Yeah, I go into great detail in my story on that. And what happens is that there is one or more favored taxpayers who are late with their payments. These are people that own multiple properties, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. And they're late with their payments, and they go to the mayor's office where the chief of staff, this is from the report. This isn't Dan Haar's reporting.
Okay.
This is from the report, the investigation by Crombie Law Firm, where the chief of staff takes the checks, or maybe already had the checks, and brings them to the taxpayer and says, here are the checks from taxpayer X. Yeah. Right. And so the mayor's office is now involved in the loop at the very least. But the mayor's office is saying, no, we did not instruct the tax collector to backdate those checks. That didn't happen. So that's where we are.
All right. Little rumblings here about Josh Elliott. Is he going to stay in? Is he not going to stay in? What will he do through the convention? Is he going to make the level of donations he needs to get $3 million? So what is the latest now between the governor and a maybe, possibly, likely challenger in Josh Elliott, Dan? Maybe at the convention or a primary or what? What's the status of the race?
Josh elevated the stakes this week in comments. Well, last week he sent a letter to Democrats, not delegates necessarily, but to Democrats, right? Democratic voters.
Yeah.
Because he's, of course, still trying to raise money. And he was critical of Governor Lamont's staff, not the governor, but the governor's staff, in the way they are dealing with delegates and town committees. And he implied in the letter, that the governor's staff, not the governor, is squeezing the delegates and saying, your town is losing funding. Gee. And so I went to Josh Elliott and I said, you didn't mean to imply or state, did you, that the governor, I assumed he was going to say, no, I didn't mean, that the governor is improperly attempting to influence the delegates.
Yeah.
And he said, absolutely, that's what the governor's staff is doing.
Wow.
And he didn't name the staff and he didn't name the town chairs. But what he said is one or more members of the governor's staff is going to town chairs and saying, awfully nice little town you got there. It would be a shame if it lost funding because you didn't deliver the votes at the convention for the governor. Now, why the governor would do this? This is unlike most people that I've talked with think that this is un-Ned Lamont-like.
Yeah.
Right? We haven't known him to do stuff like this. So the possibilities are that maybe Josh Elliott misunderstood what a town chair told him. Maybe Josh Elliott made it up from whole cloth, which I doubt because that's not what he does.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a conversation, but it wasn't quite as far. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's politics. So, you never know.
Yeah.
But
and
that's what's out there. And what my point in the column is that's bound to eliminate any remaining warmth between the campaigns.
Yeah.
And there is some.
Yeah. Oh, I don't doubt it. Before we get to Linda McMahon, I saw in a couple of people on my own Facebook sphere put that letter up, and they said, well, this can't, and I purposely didn't mention it. Then I saw you wrote about it. So, yeah, listen, now it's hardball, I guess. Last subject here, interesting. Linda McMahon shunned by an elementary school in Fairfield and a high school, I forgot where, up North Thomaston, was it, or something?
We're not sure about Thomaston. It was never clear that she was coming. It was the program, but on occasion she herself doesn't accompany the program. So we were never certain that it was her. But yes, the point is made. Okay,
and I guess now she's going to be at Yale, and I read comments made by Amori McInnes, the president of Yale, and she said, hey, no problem from my point of view. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, certainly I'm in the camp that says she has not just every right to speak at Yale, but she should be speaking at Yale because, look, this is not Kristi Noem here, who's a sort of an off-the-wall, out of control zealot. This is a mainstream Republican who backed the president, and they're trying to enact a more or less ideologically based change. And there's nothing criminal, illegal, or morally wrong about it. I think policy-wise it's dumb, but having her come to speak at Yale is a fine thing. That's what Yale is there for. I did speak with Miguel Cardona, and he agreed. Great, have her come to Yale. But of course, he was quick to criticize what she's doing.
All right, fair enough. All right, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. So you want now, before I let you go, is there anything super secret you want to clue us in on, maybe for tomorrow, the next few days? What's coming up?
No, I think we're just hunkering down. I'm doing a very interesting story about some land that's going to be put into the public trust, the public access that's in one of the towns very, very near and dear to where you are now. And that's a very interesting story. It's not controversial, sexy, or political, but it's going to be a really good thing for the public. There's going to be a very large thing that the public is going to get that the public does not now have.
Okay.
And it's going to make a city that very badly needs it a little bit better.
Excellent. And take it easy on your neighbor and the landscapers, all right? Will you do that for us here before I have you back next week?
And videotape the gas blowing all I want.
Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, be good, buddy. Appreciate the time.
Take care.
All right, there you go. Wow. Dan Haar, getting a little feisty in Weehaw. Getting a little feisty in West Hartford there. Man, oh, man. Yikes. All right, traffic and weather together. Coming up, we will talk about what do people trust about pro sports, college sports, all that. Coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 North has reopened in Stratford on either of 95 or the Parkway northbound, 45 minutes from Westport going through Trumbull and Stratford. Route 8 northbound, you're all bunched up coming off of the 825 connector, going through Shelton, 84 eastbound. Busy, but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks. Just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers for a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We had a harsh, long, cold winter, and with spring finally here, K&J Tree Service would love to come out and do a free tree risk assessment, and I had this done at my house last year, and I'm so grateful for that. They will actually check the health of your trees and then give you recommendations on work to be done. We didn't actually have to remove any trees from our property, but tree trimming and limb removal, that was essential to make sure that our trees were in good shape. At K&J Tree Service, they are also offering special discounts to my listeners, including $250 off of jobs that are $2,500 or more, $500 off of jobs that are $5,000 or more. Is your yard ready for spring after this terrible winter? At K&J Tree Service, they care for your trees like your family. Schedule a free tree health assessment today and let the experts ensure that your trees are going to thrive in these warmer months ahead. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free evaluation. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Study says timing workouts to your natural biorhythms could protect your heart.
I'm Vicki Barker in London. The study in the journal Open Heart found patients who exercised according to their chronotype, that is, their body's natural waking and sleeping times, lowered their blood pressure and slept better. And that was particularly true for those with high blood pressure or other heart risks. 150 adults with at least one heart risk factor were put on a 12-week exercise regime. Although all participants showed improved health indicators, those whose exercise times were matched to their chronotype experienced greater reductions in blood pressure as well as enhanced heart rate and aerobic capacity and better sleep. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Snap Incorporated, the owner of Snapchat, is cutting about 1,600 of its global workforce, 16% of its global workforce, which means around 1,000 jobs. The company says the goal is to streamline operations and focus on priority initiatives. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The family of a 26-year-old UConn dental student from North Haven that died after being put into what they call a, quote, fake ICU says their family dog received faster treatment from the family vet than their son did from staff at Bridgeport Hospital's Milford campus. Connor Hilton was admitted in August of 2024 after complications from an illness. A lawsuit filed by Hilton's family says a doctor never personally saw Connor, instead issuing orders to staff remotely on a screen. As Connor's condition worsened, a doctor still never personally attended to him, and required medical attention was never provided, the lawsuit says. Yale New Haven Hospital, which owns Bridgeport Hospital and the former Milford Hospital, said they were unable to comment on pending litigation. A Waterbury man is claiming voices told him to kill his mother. Noel Sepulveda is accused of stabbing his 80-year-old mother to death at an apartment on Abbott Terrace in Waterbury last Thursday. Police say Sepulveda appeared to be on narcotics when he was found. He faces charges including murder, possession of narcotics, and use of drug paraphernalia. A 19-year-old New London man is facing charges for allegedly chasing kids with a knife. Officials say Zakai Marshall was wearing a mask from the horror movie Scream as he was chasing the kids with the weapon in the area of Buchanan Road and Jefferson Avenue. Marshall is facing charges of carrying a dangerous weapon, trespass, and second-degree breach of peace. Witnesses claimed to have seen Marshall waving the knife above his head and stabbing the ground multiple times. Police seized a buck knife from Marshall when he was detained. 3 people are without a home and a dog is dead after a fire in Norwalk. It happened around noon on Tuesday on Fulmar Lane. Fire officials first detected a fire on the rear deck and then saw flames coming out of both the first and second floor as the fire spread into the attic. Fire departments from Rowayton, New Canaan, Westport, and Stamford also responded to the scene. The fire is being investigated by the Norwalk Fire Marshal's Division. 1 person is in the hospital following Tuesday's fire in Bridgeport. It happened near the intersection of Boston Avenue and East Main Street around 12:45 p.m. More than a dozen people are without a home after 2 buildings suffered damage. One of the buildings was a multi-family home, and the other was a home that had a business on the first floor. One resident says he is lucky to be alive after hearing an explosion and finding a plume of smoke in his face when he opened his door. Connecticut's brush fire danger rating remains high. Crews were called to Burr Pond State Park Tuesday afternoon after witnesses reported hearing an explosion and seeing smoke coming from the woods under some power lines. The park and trails were evacuated as a precaution as crews worked to extinguish a brush fire spanning about 10 acres. This comes after a brush fire in East Haven was recently extinguished after a combined effort from multiple local fire departments. State Forestry Chief Chris Martin warns Connecticut's brush fire danger rating remains high despite this week's rain.
In Connecticut, what we see this time of year are times where it sprinkles and rains, and then the very next day, we could have a high fire danger rating.
The U.S. Justice Department is suing the state of Connecticut for the state's sanctuary policies. The city of New Haven was also named in the lawsuit. It specifically cites the state's Trust Act, which regulates how state and local law enforcement coordinates operations with federal agents. The Trust Act prohibits state law enforcement from arresting someone at the request of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal said this past January that the Trust Act is fully compliant with federal law.
Connecticut's Bipartisan Trust Act fully complies with federal law. Connecticut's legal treatment of the immigration issue was certified in 2017 by Trump's own administration, and the Connecticut Trust Act is fully compliant with federal law as well as our Constitution and all other United States laws.
The law was also modified last year to allow people to sue local officers that comply with federal immigration detainers. This comes after a bill that would hold ICE accountable for misconduct and constitutional violations by their agents advanced through the state Senate by a party line vote Tuesday. SB 397 is largely meant to clarify the rights of Connecticut residents and make it clear that they have legal recourse if hurt or wrongfully detained by ICE. But it's not all that the law does. In addition to clarifying the rights of Connecticut residents, Attorney General William Tong says SB 397 also establishes sensitive areas where federal agents should not be allowed.
These are places, actually, people like to use this word sanctuary. These are actual sanctuaries. Houses of God. Also sensitive places include places like schools where there are children, because we love our children.
After Tuesday's vote, the bill will go to the State House of Representatives for approval. Senate Republicans criticized the legislation, saying it's just a political move by Democrats because it cannot be enforced. Today is tax day. The IRS, as well as the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection, are warning about an increase in AI-powered tax scams. Fake agents may call, text, or even reach out to people on social media and use AI-generated voices that sound authoritative and convincing. Beware of big payday offers, demands, and website links. Do your research to check if the agent is credible, and know that the IRS will reach out to people by mail first rather than by phone or text. With the conclusion of the regular hockey season and the Bridgeport Islanders heading to Ontario after the playoffs, the city of Bridgeport is looking to find uses for the Total Mortgage Arena. The hockey franchise has been the primary occupant of the building for the past 25 years, and now the city is soliciting proposals for the building's future. The arena has 10,000 seats and comes with an ice rink. The city and state are each making contributions to a $30 million renovation to the building, and city officials say they'd like a new venue for the building as soon as possible. State Representative Tim Ackert is running for lieutenant governor. The 8th District Republican is currently serving his 7th term in the House. He represents Bolton, Columbia, Coventry, Lebanon, and part of Tolland. Another Republican in the race for the GOP nomination is Matt Corey. Corey previously challenged Democrat Chris Murphy for his U.S. Senate seat. Incumbent Susan Bisowitz is the only announced Democratic candidate in the race. And the town of Stratford has a new police chief. Renee Dominguez spent much of her career in the New Haven Police Department, including a brief stint as its acting chief. Former Chief Joseph McNeil resigned in November, triggering a search for a new leader. Dominguez was selected from a pool of 18 applicants. Her husband is also a former Stratford police officer. Dominguez began her career as a Newtown police officer in 2000 before transitioning to New Haven a few years later. She was appointed acting chief in 2021. According to Stratford Mayor Dr. David Chess, Dominguez will begin in May. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported, exit 35, as things backing up again through Stratford into Bridgeport. 825 connector northbound, heavy congestion delays persist coming out of Bridgeport, going into Trumbull, all avoiding an earlier problem that has been cleared. On the Upper Merritt northbound, slow ride from Trumbull and Stratford over the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 southbound side, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you got about 20 more minutes if you want to jump in here. Anything on your furry little minds? Come on, let us hear it, kids. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 333-9422. A couple of polls we'll talk about in this last closing segment. Let's start off first with Quinnipiac and the new Quinnipiac poll out there. No surprise here. Voters blaming Donald Trump for gas prices. They expect the war in Iran to continue for months. Despite Mr. Trump's approval remaining steady from last month's poll at 38%, he remains very unpopular, says Quinnipiac, with unaffiliated voters. Let's see, that's 73% of whom blame him for the high gas prices. On gas prices, 97% of Democrats, 22% of Republicans blame Mr. Trump. It's nothing. Listen, it is what it is here. We're going to see how long this shakes out. By the way, while we're at it, we got a couple of callers waiting. Then we'll talk to our guest from Sacred Heart. While we are at it, let me just tell you, gas prices today, according to our fine friends from the Connecticut Motor Club, AAA, Connecticut is at $4.08, 4.08. It's down 0.3 cents. So don't go wild with spending that stuff. 4.08 today. A year ago it was 3.04. So you're paying $1.08 more a gallon. Man, although is diesel down or up today? Diesel is down just a fraction today at 5.91. All right. And the bigger indicator of things to come, oil prices. Oil is down just under 1% today, $88 a barrel. All right. Anything above 75 is that. So we're getting near that $75 mark. We'll see. All right, real quick before my guest coming up in a few minutes, Bob in Trumbull. Bob, what's up? Hello, Bob.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You had a couple sayings that aren't right.
Yeah.
Earlier in the sermon, you called it bullcrap. It's not. It's bull Democrat.
Okay, I knew that was coming. Number two.
And then there was an ad.
Yeah.
For the governor.
Yeah, Aaron Stewart. Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron. Yeah. She called it BS.
Yeah.
It should be DS.
Yes.
And then you brought up electricity.
Yes.
Let's restart the coal plant.
I knew you were going there, Bob.
Oh, wait. They blew it up.
Well,
and they left the stack up after they weakened the thing with the explosion.
Well.
And here's the best thing.
Okay.
Those who voted to get rid of the plants should not be able to have electricity.
Oh, come on, Bob. What would
And then anybody that voted for them voted for that should not be able to have it. They can get the solar stuff.
Bob, don't you care about your fellow man and woman, Bob? Come on.
Maybe about the woman.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. What would the Pope say about that? I don't know. Carol Ann in Trumbull is here. Carol Ann, how are you?
I'm pretty well. How are you doing?
Oh, I can't describe the joy I'm feeling right now. What's up?
Well, I really wish that the war wasn't going on in Iran.
Yeah.
I wish that, America just said, okay, 5 years, we'll deal with it to stop things, but they're pushing the 20. And maybe double the 5 years. The 20 seems a little too much. But what bothers me is that Trump's kids, Donald Jr., who's part of 1798 Capital, an investment company, hugely invested in a drone weapons company that just got a huge government contract. It's not the first company. It's really upsetting me because I have family members that are ex-military, and I have friends whose kids are in the military. And it's not a game. It's not a joke. It's real people's lives with real people's families, with real people expecting babies.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they could have had a good reason to go in there, but the plan didn't seem definitive, and I'm really distraught about it that his son is now invested in one of these military contract companies. So I'm just sad.
That's okay. You're Carol Ann. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, and that's why I said at the beginning of this, they better not screw this up. And now I think it's becoming a little clearer here. And Carol Ann, thank you. the objective here maybe is not regime change, it's controlling the oil. You have the oil controlled in Venezuela, you have the oil controlled in Iran, and maybe the goal here is, I don't know, to weaken Cuba and to weaken China as well. And now all of a sudden the Chinese are going to play nice with us. Do you see that? So, I don't know. Carol Ann, thank you. As we move along, up next, hey, how much do you trust sports leagues, especially with all the gambling going on and all that? We will talk with an expert from Sacred Heart coming up.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported, exit 35 as things backing up again through Stratford into Bridgeport. 825 connector northbound, heavy congestion delays persist coming out of Bridgeport, going into Trumbull, all avoiding an earlier problem that has been cleared. On the Upper Merritt northbound, slow ride through Trumbull and Stratford over the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 southbound side, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening through about midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with an afternoon high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So on the same day, we are reading where at least one major proponent of sports gambling legalization in the state back 5 years ago is now saying, hey, maybe we went into this a little too quickly. We have this. A big new national survey from our friends down the road at Sacred Heart University regarding people's perceptions on leagues and whether this whole thing is believable. And are there people watching games going, oh, okay, especially now, you know, with gambling for the NFL draft picks, the NBA playoffs coming up, NHL playoffs coming up, Major League Baseball up and underway. Dr. Andrew Miller joins us. He's the Sports Communication and Media Grad Program Director at Sacred Heart. Andrew, hi. It's Paul. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you doing?
Not too bad. So, nationwide survey. What do people believe? What don't they believe? Are they kind of looking out of the corner of their eye at some of these leagues and going, "Okay, yeah." What did you folks find out?
So yeah, a couple of some interesting things. So this is actually our second annual poll.
Yeah.
And so the first, I think big thing that we found is compared to last year. So over 66% of Americans are now concerned about potential corruption in sports due to gambling.
Wow.
And that number, also from year to year, that's up 8%. So that's fairly sizable. That 2/3 of the people surveyed are definitely concerned about it. Now, it's not that surprising. I mean, this has been a year of major scandals at the highest level. I mean, NBA scandals, MLB, also some college basketball scandals. So, I'm not sure if everyone's aware of that, but it did certainly percolate. And these are particularly the NBA ones were all over the news, I think, everywhere you looked. And so that's sort of our overall takeaway. And we've tracked it over a couple of years.
Yeah.
We just, for the first time this year, and you were sort of alluding to this, we asked that question, sort of what are the most trusted leagues and the least trusted leagues?
Yeah.
And so interestingly, I mean, so the NFL, far and away the most trusted professional sports league, with like over 31% saying they trusted that. And that is 3 times as high as the next most, trusted league. The interesting thing, though, I mean, so that and then the least trusted is actually the NBA.
Yeah.
Now that was a little bit more.
Yeah.
And I think that's so. We think we're still figuring this out. We want to track this year to year, and we think there's a few things going on. One, yes, like I said, there were major scandals in the NBA.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is something like the NHL, which is never is only not very many people think of that as a trusted league.
Yeah.
So we think some of this is also just a little bit of a popularity contest.
Yeah.
That I don't think, people, what comes to mind? Football, basketball, baseball, those are your big 3.
Yeah.
That's what people think about because, NHL, I mean, just on its face, it's a much harder sport to fix.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole thing, Andrew. I look at this stuff and plus hockey players have kind of like a code. It's if they think anybody's doing something shifty, they'll put them through the glass. No, seriously, that's where you talk about the NBA and maybe not getting to the players, Andrew, or getting to the refs. Listen, I've been fortunate enough 2 or 3 times to sit courtside at NBA games, doing some sports writing or out with a friend. And I got to tell you, Andrew, from 20 feet away where I was courtside, okay, that's a foul now, but that wasn't a foul in the first quarter. And I tell people, if you ever sit that close, maybe unintentionally, they want to let the guys or the gals play. Yeah, I can see why people are kind of look down their noses a little bit at if they're putting money down on the NBA. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's some of that. I think, though, what we're finding, and this is what we're seeing with the scandals, too, it's not so much the overall, who wins, who loses betting that people are, that's being affected as much. It's the prop betting.
Oh, yeah.
And, so basketball. So that's why also these sports, I think it's easier for a basketball player to, if someone bets the over under on the number of rebounds they're going to get, and we, can you sort of get to a certain point and then you can get injured or you can just not try as hard. You can do those sorts of things and it's a little bit more individually controlled. And, and that's what happened in baseball. The scandal is that the Guardians pitcher, people were betting on whether his first pitch was going to be a ball or a strike.
And he basically threw the thing into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny. I think I shouldn't say funny. It's awful.
Yeah.
Because for the integrity of the game. But there were times, in fact, when he tried to throw a ball and people swung at it anyway.
Yeah.
So, the fix was in, but he couldn't get it. Which is always the issue. But that's why I think the things that you can control more are the things that people are now doing, so I think we have professional leagues. There is still a surprise.
Yeah.
I think to a lot of us fans, because the professionals at the top leagues make a lot of money.
Yeah.
So the wonder is, well, why do you need, more than this? I think our concern as educators, as well as, researchers in this field, are particularly the area of college sports, because you can bet on anything. So you could be a volleyball player at a small school where you're not getting NIL money, you're not getting anything. And then, there's different kinds of calculations that people can be making as different than the pro leagues where there is a lot of money involved.
Absolutely. Great stuff. Sacred Heart University Sports Communication and Media Grad Program Director, Dr. Andrew Miller. Hey, Andrew, good to have you back again. Appreciate it. We'll talk down the road. Take care.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. There you go. All right. Yeah, it's I just think the leagues now, and even the NCAA, and look, they employ these computer programs that they can track. They have these outside companies. They watch betting patterns. And if all of a sudden there's a huge amount of money that comes in on somebody or something that may look a little nuts, the red flags are written. But, they claim that this is better than the street level bookie. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But yeah, they gotta cut back on those prop bets, because, you got a guy or a gal going up, and maybe they were whispered to, hey, no more than 5 rebounds. What happens if I go over 5 to 6? Well, we know where your kids go to school, or, we know. And again, a lot of times now they're finding out in some of these fixed bets, it's friends of the players trying to make money. Let's wrap it up. Traffic and weather together. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported, exit 35, as things backing up again through Stratford into Bridgeport. 825 connector northbound, heavy congestion delays persist coming out of Bridgeport, going into Trumbull, all avoiding an earlier problem that has been cleared. On the Upper Merritt northbound, slow ride from Trumbull and Stratford over the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 southbound side, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few scattered showers or thunderstorms through midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. Partly sunny with a few showers or thunderstorms Friday with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Yes, all good ideas. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks, it's been great. Hey, Chris Williams, thank you for all of your stuff. Paul Piorek on the weather forecast, and, of course, Andrew on traffic. God willing, all back here tomorrow at 2.
WICC
Bye-bye.
AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by DEA Take Back Day. I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A New York jury has ruled that Live Nation and its Ticketmaster unit operated as an illegal monopoly. The states in the civil case accuse Live Nation of stifling competition, limiting consumer choice, and driving up ticket prices for concert goers. Loyola Law School professor Lori Levinson.
I think what really hurt Live Nation during this trial is when the internal messages came out and the jury saw that, in fact, Live Nations internally were calling customers so stupid and boasting that the company could rob them blind. And in fact, it appears that they've done so.
The judge in the case will now determine the total damages amount and penalties, according to California Attorney General Rob Bonta's office, which was part of the lawsuit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is ramping up economic pressure against Iran.
It's called Operation Economic Fury.
This is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Secretary Bessent says it includes freezing funds from the Iranian leadership held in international banks and imposing more sanctions.
We have told countries that if you are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions.
At the same time, the U.S. Navy continues its blockade against the Strait of Hormuz. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
President Trump says the war with Iran is close to over, and Senate Republicans have rejected a fourth attempt to curb his war powers. GOP Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri.
The president, I think, has taken great care to comply with the war powers statute, which is important. He's within that 60-day window. And my hope is by the time we reach the end of that 60 days, this conflict will be over.
There has been too much rain across parts of the upper Midwest. CBS's Jim Crisula reports.
Mike Solomon monitors the level of rain-bloated Lake Mitchell in Cadillac, Michigan.
We've got a lot of people who have flooding in their basements and their crawl spaces, and we've had some reports of actual flooding on their first floor where they're trying to move their furniture up to higher levels or out of